greatest story ever told.
Presented by the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Tonight we present And Her Name Was Mary, the first of 5 Christmas season dramas about the birth of that child who was to live the greatest life ever lived. Galilee, north of Jerusalem by some 50 miles. And in Galilee, Nazareth, a small town, little different from other towns in that country, which suffered under the Roman tyranny. And in Nazareth lived a carpenter, a good man, kindly, an honest craftsman, yet more, for he was descended of kings. In his veins flowed the blood of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. A prince of the house of David he was. And though destined to play a great role in the dramatic events of Bethlehem, he was unmindful of it as he worked one day in his carpenter shop.
There, the traveling box is finished. Strong, workmanlike. I hope Samuel is pleased with it.
Why shouldn't Samuel be pleased with it?
Samuel, you surprised me while I was talking to myself. A habit one develops from living alone so long.
Is that the thought? Good. Sturdy. Able to take the hard service, I'll put it to.
Samuel, you're planning a long journey.
I may never come back.
You mean I'll never see you again? And we've been friends so long.
We could go on being friends, and even fellow soldiers in a good fight. A hard fight.
You know how I feel about force, Samuel.
And I think you're wrong. Joseph, why don't you join the resistance with me? There's so much to do. So tough a fight ahead will need every man. Don't you see, Joseph, Herod must go if Israel's to have any peace.
It's not for me, Samuel. I don't believe in force.
Maybe because you don't know. Tucked away in your carpenter shop in Galilee all the time, you hear little of what's going on in the outside world. If you'd come to Judea with me, if you'd see what goes on there. No, Joseph, we're not alone in this. There are a great many of us. You couldn't find one of us by day who doesn't seem to be just an ordinary worker or servant. But at night, it's different. At night, we meet in secret in the hills of Judea. And there are many of us. We work by dark, in caves, underground. But we have strength.
And if you match strength with Herod, only bloodshed can result.
Maybe you talk that way because you don't know. Don't know what's really going on.
I think I've heard my share about Herod and his tyranny.
Herod, an Edomite, an outsider set by the Romans to rule over Israel. What have we come to, Joseph? Doesn't that in itself make you want to fight?
The thought is bitter. But bloodshed isn't the way, Samuel.
What if I could prove to you that it is?
I don't think you can.
When you hear this, you'll change your mind. This is secret, Joseph. Men have died to get this information for us.
You know you can trust me.
Of course. The resistance has its sources of information all over, even in Herod's palace. Nothing Herod does is secret from us. And the cruelty of the man knows no bounds. Let me tell you what happened. And when you hear it, even you must realize that peaceful ways are not the answer. This Herod is a monster. And it wasn't long ago that he was talking to Asa, his prime minister, about a matter very important to us all.
They complained, Asa, did they?
Yes, Majesty. Herod, this time we may be coming too close to rebellion.
Don't whisper it to me as though it were a secret.
Well, I'm sorry, Majesty. I only thought...
I do the thinking, Asa. The people groan about the taxes. We must do something. Isn't that right, Asa?
If you would, it would make my job easier.
Then we'll do it. We'll raise the taxes.
Raise them, but I told you...
Very simple, Asa. If people think the taxes are too high now, we'll show them they can be even higher. We'll break them. That's what we'll do. Break them.
Majesty, I must ask you to clear the court. I have something important to say. No one else must hear.
What?
Please, Majesty, not before the others, for your sake.
The way you cringe, Asa. All right. I'll clear the court.
Clear the court. Everyone. Everyone leave.
Now, Asa, we're alone. What's the secret? Word from Rome?
No, Herod.
Well, what is it?
Herod, you know there are those among the Israelites who fight us.
And that's your secret?
No, of course not, Majesty, but joining them are others who are not Jews. Some of your own people are with them.
And that's no secret either.
Well, Herod, don't become enraged. Hear me out. Say nothing, do nothing before you hear all I have to say.
Stop trembling and speak up.
One man has thrown his lot in with the Jews. He's an important man. A prince.
I'm king. The prince would have to be my own son.
You just said what I tried to tell you.
Asa.
Please, Majesty.
Asa, are you telling me that my own son Aristobulus has put his lot in with the rebels? That's a lie.
Would I suggest such a thing if I didn't have proof?
What proof?
We captured a rebel. We questioned him. How much of that can a man endure? He talked. He told us. Yes, and he's popular with the people. Maybe because they know.
You miserable, conniving wretch. You're lying to me.
Majesty, please, would I lie about such a thing and expect to live?
I presume you have proof?
More than enough.
Asa, send my son to me.
Father, you sent for me?
Yes, Aristobulus. I have news. Upsetting news.
Bad news has a way of coming to this palace.
And what does that mean, son?
The news you spoke of, what is it?
A band of rebels attacked one of my strongholds. We captured one of them. And under persuasion, he gave us certain information. Valuable information. If it didn't appear so ridiculous. He talked. He talked indeed. He said you were one of them.
Oh?
Is it true?
Yes, it's true.
Treason against your king is bad enough. Treason against your father.
Treason and tyranny have a way of going together, Father.
I'll take no reproaches from you. You talk like the fool that you are. And I've permitted you to have your own way long enough. You've got to realize your responsibilities. You're heir to my throne.
It may not be as much of a legacy as you think, Father.
What does that mean?
You're giving away something you don't have. Rome has lent you this kingdom, and Rome can take it away.
I'll take care of Rome.
And who'll take care of the people? For they can take your throne away, too.
I refuse to listen to such talk any longer.
A truth is a truth whether men listen to it or not.
Now you listen to me. Rome is powerful. Rome rules the world. No one dares stand against them. I'm trying to keep you from making some foolish mistake that might cost you your life.
And what good is my life if I can't risk it for a cause in which I believe?
You call that a cause? To protect the Jews against Rome? Are they your people? Why take risks for them?
Any people is my people. And its troubles are mine.
Aristobulus, I order you to discontinue your treacherous actions. Look, son, you can travel, visit foreign lands, even Rome itself. Do anything you please, but stay out of trouble.
The life of royal exile doesn't appeal to me.
I must go on doing what I've been doing. Even though it means your death or mine.
I command you to be quiet.
You may have quiet by crying out commands to your servants, but you can't command the people to be quiet. And when your conscience cries out, command that to be quiet, too.
Conscience. You are a boy, aren't you?
And you, Father, are a poor, miserable shadow of a man.
You shouldn't have said that. Now, get out! And think over what I've said!
Your Majesty has spoken to your son?
Yes, Vincent.
Does he admit his guilt?
Admit it. He boasts of it.
A young, impetuous prince. He could cause trouble. A great deal of trouble.
I know.
And the way gossip travels these days in Israel, it might become known.
You mean that Herod is weak? He refuses to punish his own son.
It could be said.
It could be said. It will be said.
In Rome, too, perhaps?
You're very clever, Asa. You know my every thought.
And you know the Romans, Majesty. They'd be the first to say that Herod is a weakling. The strong warrior of old now can't even manage his own son. How can he manage Judea?
I know.
Well, I was only exploring the possibilities. We must look ahead.
I'm looking ahead, too, Asa. This is something I can't risk. Asa?
Of course, Majesty. There's no other way.
You think so, too?
It will remove the greatest obstacle you have. But it must be done subtly.
It will. I have an idea.
An idea?
We must give a party, Asa. His Majesty invites a few well-chosen friends to a party in honor of his son.
In honor of his son? I don't understand.
You said it would have to be done subtly. It will. Now, arrange the party. It must take place out in the garden, near the pool.
Yes, Majesty.
And all this, my son, is to show you that I don't harbor any grudges against you.
You mean...
I mean that your father is not the tyrant you think he is. He respects your opinion and the strength with which you voice it. Although back in his mind, the old warrior feels he's stronger than you are.
They say you're still one of the strongest of men.
They say I am. And if you don't believe that, let me show you. Stand up, son.
But why?
I'll show you how strong I am. Some hand wrestling.
Please, Father, at a party?
I feel I've been challenged. I can't refuse. My friends, a little sport to begin the evening. My son has challenged me to the hand wrestle, and I have accepted. Now then, clear a space. Come on, son, out here. Take your stand.
Father, please, you're too old.
Too old? That's exactly what I'm going to prove I'm not. Hold out your hand. Come now. All right, Father. Now we clasp hands and start.
The prince is strong. Look, the prince is budging. And he recovered nicely, didn't he? Look there, the king is giving way.
You did it, son. You did it. I didn't know you were that strong.
You're all right, Father. I didn't hurt you.
Hurt me? Just because I'm perspiring a little? You don't know your own father.
But the exertion...
Nothing that a cold plunge into the pool won't remedy. And then each man shall retire to his room where servants are waiting to rub them down with fine oil and freshen them with rare perfume. Then the banquet itself.
Of course, Father. Exactly what I need.
Good. Into the pool, then. And everyone, come, join us.
Vanessa.
Yes, Majesty.
The room is ready.
I've appointed the man myself. A big man with large, muscular hands.
My son's no weakling.
The man I picked will do the job. Once Aristobulus goes into that room, once he lies down on the couch, he's as good as dead.
Everything is ready, then.
Come, Aristobulus. Time to be anointed and perfumed. Come.
Shall I lead him into the room?
Yes. And the strangler had better do his job well.
There, Joseph. That's the story of the tyrant Herod. The kind of man he is. Murderer of his own son. Doesn't that make you want to go to Judea and help us fight against the man?
It's unbelievable.
I could tell you more, too. But that should be enough. Well, Joseph, will you join with us? We could use a strong man like you. A man with skill.
His own son?
Yes. The son is dead. One of the servants who was there is a member of my own band. He swears to every word of it. Well, what do you say?
We must have faith, Samuel.
Is that all you have to say? Well, I'm through with bowing down to an alien king placed over Judea by the Romans.
Are you through with faith, too, Samuel?
Faith? Yes, I'm through with faith. Can faith shield you from the tyrant's sword? Tell that to the dead of Israel whom the Romans have killed. No, extravagant, cruel, despotic Herod lives on Israel's blood. And you want me to have faith.
Our people have come through other evils before. We'll outlive this one, too.
Don't be too sure. Just because Herod doesn't rule in Galilee yet doesn't mean he won't reach out for power here, too. After all, Judea, Galilee, they're both part of Israel. No, Joseph. We have a choice between two faiths. Revolution or destruction.
It would seem that the time must come soon.
The time to fight? It's here already.
I didn't mean that.
What other time can be so important?
The time for the third way. Neither destruction nor revolution. He was promised when the hour was darkest.
He? Whom do you mean?
The Messiah.
Messiah?
Yes. Samuel, you're forgetting God's place in all this. The same Jehovah who led our people through the desert with a cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. If times are difficult, we must never forget that the same Jehovah has promised that the Messiah will come and deliver Israel.
For too long we've been promised a Messiah, and he's never come. We must fight now, Joseph. Don't you see? No other way can prevail against the planned and calculated tyranny of the Romans. Herod must be driven from Israel, and fighting is the only way to do it.
And fighting is bloodshed, killing. No.
Joseph, somehow freedom is such that human blood must always be part of it. And as long as blood must flow, let it be the tyrant's blood, Herod's blood. Join us, Joseph.
I know I'm just a plain man, a carpenter. I know little of these things. But my way is the way of peace and faith. I have faith it will happen. The Messiah will come.
When? How? Answer me that.
How? The prophet Isaiah tells us. He shall be born of a virgin, and shall not be the son of any man, but of God. When? I should have to be gifted with the divine knowledge of a prophet to know that. But I'm content to wait.
And some of us aren't. We know what the answer should be. But it's not the Messiah. Can he help throw off the yoke of the Romans or of Herod?
If you mean, is the Messiah to come to us as a general leading great armies? No, I don't think so.
Then what chance will he stand against Herod? Herod would think no more of destroying your Messiah than he did of killing his own son. Anything that stands between Herod and his throne must die. And that goes for Messiahs, too.
That's no way to talk, Samuel.
I'm sorry, Joseph. I know how dear the belief is to you.
To all Israel.
Not to all Israel. But some of us have decided on action. This prediction of the prophets that a Messiah will come. It could be a mere legend handed down, a tale born in time of stress and brought to light to keep up hope in other times of trouble. Joseph, I don't believe it.
Oh, Samuel. I didn't want to hear that. Not from you.
It said, And I don't retract it. Think, Joseph. Maybe you will join us.
No, Samuel. And I give you my answer for two reasons.
Two?
One, that I know the way can't be through bloodshed and killing.
And the other?
Somehow, my future is here in Nazareth.
You love the place so much?
It's not the place. It's a strange sense connected in some way with a maiden.
A maiden? You, Joseph? After all these years, you're not so young anymore.
You may laugh when I tell you.
Why should I laugh? If it's important to you, Joseph, I'd like to hear it. Who has a better right? Who's a closer friend to you?
No one. Since we were boys together and played games in the hills of Galilee, you've been the only one I could talk to about the feelings that go on inside me. Now, there's this maiden. And I haven't been able to talk to anyone else about her.
Joseph, you've fallen in love.
I don't know if anything like this has ever happened before.
Every man feels the same when he falls in love for the first time.
You must understand. She's so very different. This maiden is unlike any I've ever seen before.
It's a man's privilege to suppose that when he falls in love.
It must be more than that.
But what makes you think there's no other like her?
I've never seen one.
And you've never been to Jerusalem either. There are thousands of women there, fair and dark, tall and short, with different kinds of beauty. Surely among them there must be one who can compare with this maiden you speak of?
No, Samuel, no. There is no other like her.
That's the talk of a lovesick boy. Not a grown man like yourself.
Now you're laughing at me, Samuel.
Forgive me, Joseph. But it's impossible for me to believe that any one maiden could be so different from all others.
This one is. When she walks, it's like the walk of angels, so light and graceful. And when she smiles, the sun seems dark by comparison. And her eyes, there's deep understanding there and compassion. And a soul so great, all else seems small.
For you to feel that way, Joseph, that is unusual. But tell me, how does she feel about you?
I don't know.
You never talk to her about the way you feel?
I've never talked to her at all.
And yet you know all this about her?
Does that strike you strange?
That's impossible. How can you know anyone so well without having had a word pass between you?
You can see it. At least I can see it. It's all within her.
Surely, Joseph. Now you must be joking.
No, Samuel.
I've never heard of any such thing. Never expected you would talk that way.
Would you like to see for yourself?
Indeed, I would.
Well, you can. It's almost time now for her to take her daily walk down to the well to fetch water. Come. We'll stand in the doorway of my shop, and you can see her as I've seen her every day now.
I've seen many women, but none who ever lived could be as fair or good as you say this one is.
Come.
Joseph, I don't know.
Wait. Look, here she comes now.
From here, she looks like any other maiden in Nazareth.
Not to me.
I will say that she appears to be more graceful than any other.
Such grace as I've imagined queens must have.
Yes. And her face. Her face. Joseph, she is truly beautiful. Most beautiful.
Quiet. She passes now.
Joseph, there is something about her. Feeling I can't describe. It's not her graceful walk, or her lovely face, or even her eyes, which have such depth and feeling. Joseph, I don't know what it is, but there's something about that maiden that I shall never forget.
And that's the way I feel. And the feeling has grown greater with every day.
Now I understand, Joseph. I'm sorry for what I said before. Joseph, tell me, don't you even know her name?
Her name is Mary.
This has been And Her Name Was Mary, another episode in the greatest story ever told, from the greatest life ever lived. This program was the first in a special series of 5 to be presented this week through the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
From Hollywood, the Hollywood Radio Theater. Starring J. Carroll Nash and Susan Whitney in The Miracle of Fatima. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In October of 1951, 1 million people visited the little town of Fatima, Portugal, to commemorate the miracle of Fatima. Warner Brothers has brought this impressive story to the screen not only with reverence, but with gentle humor, because it's also a very human drama. And as our stars, we are pleased to have that unique artist, J. Carroll Nash, and in her original role, a young actress who has a great future, Susan Whitney. Now, The Miracle of Fatima, starring J. Carroll Nash as Hugo and Susan Whitney as Lucia. Some 40 years ago in Portugal, a revolution occurred of the church. After 7 years of upheaval, churches in the remote districts were permitted to reopen. So it was in the little mountain village of Fatima.
Well, I was a young man in those days, the friend of all the world.
I worked a little, robbed a little, and drank the good mountain wine. It was on a Sunday morning that I met the children on the road. Lucia and her two little cousins, the boy Francisco and his sister Jacinta.
In fact, you look so funny, Hugo. So much man on such a little donkey.
I have told you many times, Francisco, if the little donkey hears you talk like that, he's going to be offended. Now, where do you go on such a fine morning?
The sheep, Hugo. We're taking them to the pasture. Look, Hugo, we brought lunch. Bread and cheese.
Oh, but that is not enough for Sunday. Permit me to provide the dessert. Here. For each of you, a fine apple.
Oh, thank you, Hugo.
You know, these beautiful apples nearly cost me my life.
Oh, what happened?
Well, I saw these apples in an orchard by the roadside.
I know. You stole them.
Who, me? Stole them? Oh, no. No, little one. The orchard belongs to a rich friend of mine. He had told me to help myself, but his dogs, they did not know that.
Dogs?
Oh, sure, there were 7 of them, 7 big mastiffs, and they were leaping at my throat, and there I was, all alone, and with my bare hands I fought them. Poor dogs, they never gonna leap no more.
You killed them?
Well, all except the biggest one. He lay down and cried like a little baby.
You tell such good stories, Hugo, but we know they're not true. You'd better ask Father Ferreira to forgive you.
Father, no priest for Hugo.
Why not?
Well, it's all right to go to church. Francisco for children is fine, but not for me.
Don't you believe in God?
Believe in God? Well, let us say that God, he doesn't believe in me. Now go on, take the sheep to the cover.
Okay. Bye.
So it was that the children went to the pasture land that belonged to Lucia's father. And for what occurred that morning, there was only one word, the word of the children themselves. It began when the children sat down on the rocks to eat their bread and cheese.
What was that? There must be a storm coming. How could it be a storm with the sky so bright? I don't know. But we'd better head for home. Lucia? What's the matter? What are you looking at? That cloud. Look how low it is. It's just a little cloud, Lucia. No, it's all misty and foggy like. It's right over the little oak tree. Look, what's the matter? There, in the cloud. Oh, I don't see anything.
Don't be afraid, Lucia. I won't hurt you. Come closer. There, that's better. You're not frightened, are you?
Oh, no. Where does your excellency come from?
I am from heaven.
Who are you talking to, Lucia? A lady. But where is she? There, over the little tree. Don't you hear her? No.
Tell him to say the rosary. Then he will see me.
She says to say the rosary. What is it you want of me?
I come to ask you to come here for 6 months in succession on the 13th day at the same hour. Then I will tell you who I am and what I want.
Lucia, I can see her now. I can see her plain.
Do you wish to offer yourself to God, to endure all the suffering he may please to send you, to help atone for the sins by which he is offended, and to ask for the conversion of sinners?
Yes. Yes, we do. Yes, my lady.
Then you will have much to suffer, but the grace of God will be your comfort.
My God, I love you.
Say the rosary every day to obtain peace for the world and to end war.
She's gone, Lucia. The beautiful lady is gone. But she'll come back. She said so, didn't she, Lucia? Don't talk. Don't. It's too wonderful.
As I had been the last to see the children on their way to the cova, so it happened that I was the first to see them walking back toward the village.
Hello, Hugo. Hello, Hugo.
Well, now, is that the way to greet an old friend? Hello, Hugo. Now, what is the matter, huh? What's wrong?
We saw a beautiful lady in the cova, and she came from heaven.
Oh, from heaven, huh? Well,
a stranger in these parts. Why don't you introduce me? Maybe she needs somebody to show her around, huh?
She came on a cloud of light standing on a little tree. And she said we must pray to make God feel better.
Well, now, what is all these beautiful ladies in trees making speeches? I think maybe you stayed too long in the sun.
Well, we did see her, Hugo. And she was from heaven. She was.
All right. Now, if you say it, I believe it. You saw a lady? Good. She came from heaven? Fine. Only let us keep it among ourselves, huh? A secret, huh? You tell nobody but Hugo.
Why not?
Well, because others, they might make fun of you. Say ugly things, maybe.
Hugo's right. We mustn't tell anyone.
Good. Now go on. Go on home. All of you, hurry now before you might lose your shoes. Yes, Lucia and Francisco kept the secret. But for the little ones, for Jacinta, it was too much. That night she told her mother and father what she had seen. And they rushed to the home of Lucia's parents.
Where is she, Maria? Lucia, where is she? At this hour, children are in bed, Olympia.
All this excitement. Why? For what reason?
What reason? The vision, of course. The vision in the cova.
Vision?
Yes, they saw a vision, Antonio. Jacinta and Francisco, and your Lucia.
Oh, what a wonderful thing. Our children chosen by the Holy Mother herself.
Holy Mother? What are you talking about?
There you are, Lucia. Come here, my little niece. Come, we have come to see you.
Lucia, Jacinta told everything. I didn't want to tell Lucia, but I had to. Now everybody knows about it. Everybody.
Come here, Lucia.
Yes, Mama.
Did you say you saw the Blessed Virgin in the cova today?
I didn't say anything, Mama. But we did see a lovely lady in the tree. Who else could it be? She didn't say who she was. I told you 100 times.
Now, who makes up these silly stories?
Jacinta and Francisco say it is true.
They have never lied to us, Maria Rosa. Never. They saw the Mother of God.
In the cova? But why would she come there?
Oh, are you all fools? Stories like this can bring the police to our door.
Lucia, tell your aunt and uncle that you put this nonsense into Jacinta's head.
But she didn't. It happened.
Tell them, Lucia. Tell them you lied.
I didn't lie, Mama. It's the truth.
Shame on you. I'll teach you the truth. Now you go to your room.
Later that night, the mother and father of Lucia went to the home of the village priest, to Father Ferreira.
She still insists that she is telling the truth?
Yes, Father, yes. As if the Blessed Virgin had nothing better to do than ride around in clouds and talk to children.
She was always a pious child, Maria.
Yes, I know. She loves stories of saints and visions. But now she's making them up herself. When I think of the blasphemy...
Just where is this cova you're talking about? Oh, it's on my land, Father. A place where we graze the sheep. And when does she say this lady of theirs is supposed to appear again?
A month from today.
But that's St. Anthony's feast day. A day the children love. No, I doubt if Lucia and the others will want to miss the fun here in the village. Then your advice, Father... Ignore the whole episode. It's just a game the children played. In a month, they'll forget all about it.
So a month went by, but the children did not forget. On the feast of St. Anthony, Francisco and Jacinto went to the cova, but not Lucia. She went to the village with her parents for the celebration. Her heart broken, her eyes wet with tears.
Look at her, Maria, all by herself and still crying. It's wrong for a child to be that unhappy.
It is also wrong for a child to say she saw a vision. And you, her own father, to forgive a thing like this.
Hugo says that people have come here from 50 miles away. They're in the cova waiting for the children to speak to the village.
It isn't enough that people are such fools, but if the government hears about this...
Well, maybe it is better this way. Nothing will happen, and then they will be ashamed to even think about it anymore.
Oh, let us hope so. Meanwhile, Lucia must learn her lesson, that she cannot... Antonio, what is it? What's going on?
The music and the merrymaking had suddenly stopped. An automobile had driven up. 2 men from the government. They looked on the crowd and called for Father Ferreira.
You, priest, you know who I am?
Administrator, yes, I know.
This is Señor País. New magistrate Murai. Now, where are the children?
Children?
The children you've been using to stir up the people with reports of a vision.
Under the law, reports of miracles are a crime. Now point them out to us.
Oh, I know of no children who have seen the Blessed Virgin.
You're lying. One of them is called Lucia. Which is the child named Lucia? Say, please. It is the government who is your friend, not the church or not the priest. Those who help the priest in this fraud will go to jail with him. Now, where are the children?
But no one spoke. Foolish visions were one thing, but to betray children, to endanger the priest, that was something else again.
I will give you 5 minutes. You will produce the girl Lucia, or the most drastic measures will be taken against this entire village. You are defying the law. Do you understand
Wait, senor.
Well.
Well, you ask for Lucia, senor, but which Lucia? We have dozens of Lucias here, Your Excellency. Every one of them can make up anything, from flocks of angels to devils on horseback. Now, senora, as for me, I think a lovely lady in a tree is fascinating because I like to climb trees.
Oh, be quiet.
My apologies, senora. I only try to point out that the government seems to believe in this miracle more than we do.
We will give you just one more chance. No one is to leave this plaza. We will question every one of you. Now line up in front of the church. Line up!
In all of the commotion, it was easy to slip away. And when I left, Lucia was with me. Lucia and...
Where are we going, Hugo? Where?
Well, to your house, little one. Better yet, to a neighbor's house till all this blows away.
No, Hugo. No. Take me to the cova.
To the cova? Huh?
The lady expects me, and it's almost time. Oh, don't you see? She must have sent you.
Me? An unbeliever?
Please, Hugo, please.
All right, little one. To the cova it is. There were still people in the cova, 15 or 20, and in front of the little tree, the 2 other little children.
Jacinto, Francisco!
Lucia! Look, it's Lucia! And the cloud is coming again. It's coming toward the little tree. What should we do? Lucia's kneeling on the ground. We'd better kneel, too.
Dear lady, I knew you'd come back to us. I knew it.
You are unhappy, my daughter.
Only because of my mother, but not anymore. Tell us what you'd have us do.
Jesus wishes to use you, to make me known and loved throughout the world.
Lucia, Senora Carrera is here with the cripple boy. She asked us to speak to the lady.
Will you cure him, dear lady?
Her prayers shall be answered within a year.
When will you take us to heaven?
I will take Jacinta and Francisco soon. But you must remain some time longer.
You're going to take them? You mean they're going to...
Have no fear for them.
But why must they go? Why? Please, dear lady. Besides my mother, I love them more than anyone in the world.
Don't cry, Lucia. If you cry, then I'll cry.
Forgive me, my lady. I'll do anything. But don't take them. Don't leave me here alone.
Dear child, I'll be with you always. My immaculate heart will be your refuge and the path that leads to God.
She's going away. She's disappearing. And the cloud, it's gone.
Baby, little baby, what is the matter, huh? Somebody hurt you?
The lady said she was going to take Francisco and Jacinta.
You're going to heaven, she said.
And I don't want them to go.
Well, maybe you misunderstood the lady.
No, I didn't.
Oh, she was here, huh? The same lady?
She was, Hugo. She was here.
But no one else saw her, little friend. I looked very hard. All the other people back there, they was looking too, but nothing.
She came to us as she said she would. She said we're going to heaven soon.
Well, now, wait. Maybe she will change her mind. Ladies do, you know. Now come with the Hugo, huh? The 3 of you come. We stayed far from the village until the administrator and the magistrate had gone back to Uri. When I brought the children home, Father Ferreira was waiting for them.
So, you saw her again today, my child?
Yes, Father, yes.
What did she tell you?
The lady had told us the way would be hard. I didn't know what she meant then, but I do now. I thought you'd believe us, Father.
I may neither believe nor disbelieve until all the facts are examined. What else did the Blessed Mother say?
I didn't say she was the Blessed Mother.
But she was.
Jacinta, be quiet.
Perhaps you can tell us what the lady said, Jacinta.
She said we're going to die, Father. Soon. Not Lucia. Just Francisco and me.
Going to die? Lucia, you told them that. Father, you see what terrible thing she's doing. There's no end to this.
Lucia didn't tell us. It was the lady.
Stop saying such things.
Lucia, if you are lying, I implore you to tell me.
Oh, it would be so easy to tell you that I am. Then all I'd get would be a whipping. But I'm not, Father.
Look, child, you saw what happened today. The administrator, the magistrate. They made grave threats. If they come here again, soldiers will come with them. Do you want them to take me away, to close the doors of our church?
Oh, no, Father, no.
Then tell me the truth.
I've told you the truth. I swear it.
I believe you, Lucia.
That they saw the Virgin.
I believe they saw something. Good or evil, I cannot say.
Evil?
The devil comes to us in many forms, Lucia.
Oh, no, Father. Not the lady.
I'm going to write to the bishop and tell him. Until I hear from him, I don't want any of you to go to the cova anymore.
No, Father. Never go again.
And let us pray to God to enlighten us all.
What's the matter, Lucia? Are you sick, child?
No, Mama. I just couldn't sleep.
Come inside before we wake the others.
You're angry with me?
No, I'm not angry anymore. Just worried, Lucia. Tell Mama. Tell me.
Father Ferreira said that the lady might be the devil. She couldn't be that. Could she, Mama?
Father Ferreira knows more about such things than we do. Surely the devil would want the church closed. He'd want to see Father Ferreira in jail, too, wouldn't he?
But if you only could have seen her as I did. If you only could have heard her voice. I can't stop thinking about her.
Oh, are you going to begin all that?
No, Mama. No, don't be mad at me. Even though I promised her to come, I'm never going to see her anymore. Never. I don't want you to hate me. I love you, Mama. I love you.
And I love you, my darling. Now close your eyes. Try to sleep. I'll be here, Lucia. My little bird. My poor, tormented baby.
In just a moment, we will continue with Act Two of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. That's a thought which the 4-H Clubs of America had in mind when they began sponsoring the International Farm Youth Exchange. The main purpose of the IFYE is to select young farmers or those who've majored in university agricultural courses whom they send abroad for short periods to work with the people and promote understanding and friendship. Last summer, for example, 3 young California farmers were chosen to spend 4 to 5 months in Ecuador. While there, they visited farms, discussed agriculture with the people, and lent what assistance they could. The work of these grassroots ambassadors, as they are called, is voluntary, for although their trips are sponsored by the 4-H clubs in their neighborhood, the major portion of their expenses is paid by the young farmers themselves. Their work can in no way be considered charity because they learn as much from people in other countries as those people learn from them. Yes, members of the International Farm Youth Exchange have learned the secret of international understanding, that by helping others, you help your country. Now, our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act Two of The Miracle of Fatima, starring J. Carroll Nash as Hugo and Susan Whitney as Lucia, with Jeanette Nolan as Maria.
Yes, the poor unhappy child had told her mother that never again would she look for the vision of the lady. But not Lucia and not Maria could control the imagination of the people. Word of a miracle flew like leaves in a wind. From all over Portugal, the pilgrims came to Fatima to visit the cova and pray before the little oak tree. And then a wonderful idea came to me, and I brought it to Lucia's father, to Antonio.
You are my dear friend, Hugo. You alone would think to buy me wine in my hour of such problems.
Well, we drink another bottle, huh? Hey, Salazar, more wine for Antonio. Everybody goes crazy, Antonio, except you and me. But if they wish to believe fairy tales, that is their business.
Hugo, what the children say, maybe it's true.
Antonio, you are a grown man.
Well, all I know is that on the 13th day of the next month, you will see thousands here in Fatima.
Exactly, my friend. And who am I to argue against the belief of thousands? My dear Antonio, heaven has sent us our own private miracle.
Help me, Hugo. Comfort me.
Then listen closely. You own the cova, and I am your dearest friend, your partner. So we will charge each and every one a small fee to see the Virgin, huh? Think what a good deed we're going to be doing.
No.
Oh, Antonio, be sensible.
You don't even go to church. You would try to cheat God himself.
But God owns such a big world, Antonio, and we got so little of it. Now, look, Antonio, first thing we do, we build a gate, a fence, and in the morning...
No.
Oh, Antonio, we're going to be rich. We will be popular.
Yeah, I will drink a little more wine and think about it, but the answer will still be no. Such a thing would be a sin.
But I have sinned all my life. You think God will care if I sin just a little bit more?
No. Hugo, I am frightened.
Right, and all my life I have been cursed with good friends who are religious. It is a great burden.
Antonio, Hugo, come quickly.
What, more visions, huh? More angels playing the harp?
The church, the administrator is closing the church. Closing the church?
They are nailing the doors up with boards. There are soldiers with rifles on the steps. Now hurry.
3 little children have caused all of this. I have just decided to be a bachelor for the rest of my life.
Perhaps now your people will believe us, Father Ferreira. We warned you on St. Anthony's Day, but you would not listen.
The children have done this stupid thing because you told them to. You and your bishop.
Your Pice, please. Why would we plot such a thing when we knew it would only bring disaster upon us?
Then your bishop does not sanction these reports of the vision?
It is you who sanction them, Horitz. Can't you see that by closing the church you have made these people believe that the vision must be true?
It's been reported that the Virgin will again appear on the 13th of next month.
I give you my word that every priest in Portugal will tell his people to stay away from Fatima.
Good. Then we'll see how well you priests can control them. If there is no hysterical mob here on July 13th, we'll allow you to reopen your church. So, you see, it is now in your hands, Father Ferreira. Good day.
But on the 12th of July, the people again were pouring into Fatima. And that night, the parents of Jacinta and Francisco struggled through the crowds to the house of Lucia's parents.
I never thought we would get here. Such crowds, such questions. Listen to them. Listen to the fools.
They stand around my house. They look into the window, all for a glimpse of Jacinta and Francisco.
Where are they?
They're hiding under the bed, and the doors of my house are locked.
Never have we had to lock them before.
Tomorrow there will be thousands at the cove.
The priests have warned the people to stay home so our church could be opened again, but still they come. The whole country gone mad.
Perhaps the Blessed Virgin wants them here, Maria.
That I will never believe. Neither does Lucia believe it. She won't stir out of the house tomorrow. Come here, Lucia. Tell them yourself.
I will not go to the cova. I'll stay at home.
But Francisco and Jacinto, what will they do without you? Oh, Maria, you are making a great mistake. I also believe as you do, Martha, but what can I do?
Enough. Father Ferreira said the children should not go.
But who saw the lady? Father Ferreira? No. The children saw her. And I believe what they tell me. Maria, the child is crying.
Lucia will keep her promise to me until the church is opened again.
Do what you want, Maria. My children will go to the cova tomorrow.
And late that night, in her torment, in her helplessness, Lucia slipped away from her house and went to the cova. As she ran down the road, she saw many pilgrims asleep on the ground and others who sat in the darkness, waiting for the day to come. No one knew her. To them, she was just a sad little girl who knelt by the tree and prayed.
Oh, my lady, help me. Won't you please tell me how I can keep my promise to you without hurting my mother? One little sign, just so I'll know what to do. Show me your face. Help me, my lady.
Maria, she's gone. Lucia is gone. She's not in her bed and her clothes are gone.
Maybe she went to water the sheep.
No. I looked. She's not out there. She's not with her cousins either. I called to Marto and he said he hasn't seen her since last night.
You are thinking of the cova. No, Antonio. She promised me.
But then the plaza, the square then, in front of the church.
If she's out in that crowd and they find out who she is, call the neighbors. Tell them they must help us find her. No, I will go. If she comes back, don't let her leave. Lock the doors. Keep everyone out.
It was scarcely more than daylight, but a portion of the crowd was already plodding toward the cova. And it was there that Maria finally found her, Lucia, asleep on the ground.
Lucia! Oh, my baby, my darling. Thank God. Why did you run away from us?
But I didn't, Mama. I meant to come home, but I must have fallen asleep. I'm so sorry, Mama. Forgive me.
It's all right. It's all right.
I'll go home now.
You want to go home?
Oh, no. No, but I promised you I'd...
You would rather stay here. Then stay, my child. Please, just leave us alone. Don't touch her. Just leave us alone.
All during the morning, Father Ferreira pleaded and begged, but in vain. The people would not listen. They had come to the cova to witness a miracle, and there they would remain.
You have been deceived. You will not find Holy Mother here. You offend her, believing she would show herself to a crowd in a field. Go home. Go home and beg her forgiveness.
They ignore you, huh? Well, I warned you, priest.
Sure. We did all we could to prevent this.
I have a troop of cavalry waiting down the road. I promise you that by noon this field will be empty. And as for you, you are under arrest.
There was pity for the priest and anger for the government, but the crowd would not leave. And when the troops came and tried to ride them down, it was the people who routed the soldiers. And when the hour of noon arrived, a great silence hung over the cova. Thousands of people stood motionless as they watched the children fall to their knees and turned their faces toward the little cloud that hovered over the oak tree.
Are you there, dear lady? We're in such terrible trouble.
You are enduring these hardships for the conversion of sinners as atonement for sins committed against God. If the people do not cease to offend him, another and worse war will break out. When you see a strange light in the sky, you will know it is a sign that the world is about to be punished for its crimes. In Russia, there is an evil scheme to destroy the peace on earth. To prevent this, I ask that she be converted. If not, she will cause wars and persecutions. Good people will be martyred. Many nations will be destroyed. If what I say is heeded, many souls will be saved, and there will be peace. It is necessary that people amend their lives. Let them offend our Lord God no more.
Hugo, do you hear anything?
Only a sound like the wind in the trees.
But there is no wind. The whole earth is still.
My lady, the people can't see you or hear you as we do. Many of them don't believe that you appear to us.
In October, I will give them a sign that will make them believe.
It was the same thing all over again, the three children swearing that they saw and heard the lady. But no one else had seen anything more exciting than a cloud, a tree, and the hot sun. And yet throughout all Portugal they did nothing but argue and debate about it. But for a whole month the officials bothered no one. Then, on August the 13th, the administrator drove his automobile to Lucia's house to meet with the parents.
You're not very happy to see me, are you? Well, I don't blame you. But I think that will change when you learn that your priest has been released.
Father Ferreira is back?
I've just come from his house. And you know who else is there? The bishop.
Maria.
And the bishop would like to speak to the children before they go to the cova. He wants to see them now, so I offer to come and get them.
But we can take them, Senor.
Fine. Of course, if the bishop is to speak to them before they go to the cova, there is not much time, is there? It will be much quicker in my automobile.
If the children leave here, we will take them, Senor.
You want your church reopened, don't you? I prefer they come with me.
Senor.
Now, if the bishop agrees to sanction these miracles, and if he agrees to accept our responsibility for whatever happens, the government will give you back your church.
And everything will be as it was?
Just as it was.
Maria, we must let them go.
Yes, I agree.
Let him take the children to the bishop. Imagine, to see the bishop in an automobile.
For simple people, you do not require a clever trick. The children were taken, not to the bishop, but to the magistrate's office in the town of Lourdes. And the questioning began.
You children have perjured yourselves and incited people to violence and riot. Now, what have you to say about it, huh?
We're very sorry, Senor.
It would be a terrible thing to send children to prison, never to see your mothers again.
But you can help us not to do it. Simply confess that the priest told you to spread these silly stories about a lady from heaven, and we'll let you go. You see how easy it is?
But he didn't. The priest said it was the devil. And we did see a lady, and she did talk to us. And she said we would suffer for her.
Now suppose that instead of locking you up in prison, we were to take you to the shops and buy you fine new clothes, wonderful toys, anything you want. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
You don't have to pay us to tell you the truth, Senors. We do it for nothing.
Now, you listen to me. Sometimes when people don't answer the way they should, the police have ways of making them. How would you like to be dropped into a kettle filled with boiling oil, huh? How would you like that, huh?
I don't think we'd like that, Senor.
Well, that's exactly what will happen unless you admit you lied. Well?
We've only told the truth, Senor.
Very well. Come in, Captain. Get your soldiers and throw them in the dungeon.
They had no intention to harm the children, simply to terrify them into confessing. So it happened that a few moments later, they found me waiting for them in the jail.
Hugo, look! It's Hugo! Hugo, you've come to save us.
Well, not exactly, but I...
But how did you get here?
Well, there was soldiers in Fatima, little one. 10, 12, 14 soldiers. And when I find what they have done to you, I charge them all alone by myself with my two bare hands.
You know, this time I think you're telling the truth.
Forgive me, please. I think there was only 3 of them. Maury was beautiful while it lasted. Now I got to spend 15 days in jail. But you here. Now they are putting children in prison.
First he was going to boil us in oil.
Boil you in... Did he say that?
Don't worry, Hugo. He didn't do it.
And this is the day the lady from heaven is to come.
Now she'll think we didn't keep our promise.
Oh, I see.
And we'll never get to see her again.
Now, don't cry, baby. What do you want, huh? Tell me what you want and I will do it.
I want to go home to my mother.
Oh, that's one thing I cannot do now, but, well, give me time. Give me time to think, and don't worry. Hugo will not let them hurt you. Only that is not enough. How am I going to get you out of here? How am I going to get you out? And as I sat there struggling with this great problem, upstairs in the magistrate's office, a colonel of the army had just arrived from Fatima.
Well, what are you so excited about?
There's no use, Seal. The people in Fatima, they refuse to disperse, children or adult children. The cover is jammed and they are all praying.
Oh, this ridiculous praying.
A volley over their head will shut off their prayers.
Do you want a riot on your hands, Seal?
Then what do you propose, Pais?
I propose to let the children go.
No. Not until they have confessed.
Oh, I should have thought of this a long time ago. Now listen to me. The credibility of their crazy story depends upon a miracle that's guaranteed to convince everyone. But there will be no miracle. And the whole affair blows up in their faces.
You expect me to tell that angry mob it was all a joke, putting those brats in jail?
And I'll tell them, but release the children. Give them enough rope and they'll hang themselves.
Oh, do what you want, just get them off my hands. But the lady promised no miracle today, not until October.
And we will wait till October. Then, when the mob realizes how they've been deceived, they will settle this problem for us. Yes, my friend. We will give the children back to the people.
In a few moments, we'll continue with Act 3 of The Miracle of Fatima.
Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. Recently, the Institute of International Education in Los Angeles, California, opened an office for its new affiliate, the Center for International Students and Visitors. When foreign visitors, sponsored by public or private groups, visit Los Angeles, the center provides them with help in seeing and learning the American way of doing things. It's been found that, for the most part, visitors would rather see how Americans live rather than how they make money. Within a recent 2-month period, the center was host, in one way or another, to a Finnish publisher, a French director of police, a Malayan journalist, a United Nations delegate from India, a director of education from Iceland, a German lawyer, a Korean editor, and an Austrian composer. Visitors usually stay from 2 days to 3 weeks, and when they return to their own countries, they take with them a clear and honest picture of how Americans live, thanks to an organization which has dedicated itself to the spreading of world amity, an organization which has discovered that by helping others, you help your country. We pause now for station identification.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of The Miracle of Fatima, starring J. Carroll Nash as Hugo and Susan Whitney as Lucia, with Jeanette Nolan as Maria.
So it was that the children returned to Fatima. So it also was that on the 13th of September, the lady again appeared to them, but only to them, and again from a cloud that hung low over the little tree in the cova. But what everyone was waiting for was the day when the miracle would happen. For this, Lucia said, would happen.
Look at me, Hugo. You haven't prayed in years, have you?
Well, I told you once, little one, for some people, praying is very fine. I recommend it. But for Hugo, no, I don't think so.
You're angry at Papa, aren't you? Because he won't let you sell tickets to the cova?
But how I can be angry with my dear friend? My partner, besides that. I have something better now than tickets. Rosaries, little one. Boxes full of rosaries, and only Hugo will be permitted to sell them on your father's land.
You'll make a lot of money.
Well, is there something wrong with that?
I'm not sure. If only you believe. But when the lady does the miracle, then you'll believe, won't you?
Well, I believe, baby.
Oh, no, you don't. You like me, but you don't believe.
Lucia, we are very good friends, huh? Maybe you'll tell Hugo what kind of a miracle the lady is going to make.
She didn't say what kind.
Oh, only when, huh?
Yes, on October the 13th. Tomorrow.
Never in the history of our mountains had there been such days as these. The people, the crowds, young, old, rich, poor, strong, weak. And all of this because of 3 little children. This indeed was the miracle in itself. Among those who made the journey to Fatima was the bishop, and on the night of October 12th, he summoned the children before him, the children and their parents.
Lucia, you know, do you not, that there are tens of thousands of people here tonight because of your claim?
Forgive me. But we didn't ask them to come.
My child, you don't seem to realize how difficult it is for these throngs to get here. A desolate place on the top of a mountain. No place to sleep save on the ground and in the rain. Many bring their sick, hoping to have them healed by the merciful one. Mothers come with prayers for their sons in the war. The poor will be hungry, and there are no loaves and fishes here to feed them. Some may even die. And for all this, you children are responsible. Did Our Lady ask for that?
No, Senor Bishop, no.
You have said the Mother of God predicts another great war, and still more wars.
I only know what she told me, Father Ferreira.
You see what nonsense this is. Tomorrow all these people will be waiting for a miracle.
The lady will keep her word.
But if it should fail, if that great crowd has cause to think that you've lied, it will become an angry mob. And then, God help you all. This is what your enemies are hoping for. But even now, it may not be too late. Even now, they will forgive a child if she confesses her sin.
But I haven't sinned. I haven't sinned.
It is no use. Father Ferreira, take me to your church. We will pray together for guidance to aid these poor.
They've gone, Lucia. It's all right. It's all right.
They don't believe me, Mama. They don't believe.
We believe you, Lucia.
We'll go with you to the cova tomorrow. If there is no miracle, the mob will have to walk on me before they get to you. But no more tears, my little bird. No more tears.
This way to the cova, senores. Buy yourself a new rosary at wholesale prices. There are no rosaries sold at the cova. I have also for sale a few more branches from the holy tree that held Our Lady. Take one home, senores. Enjoy your own visions. Rosaries and branches, senores. Rosaries.
Move out ahead. Come, Francisco. To the little tree.
No. Stay close to us and to Father Ferreira. These pilgrims will grab you for souvenirs.
Lucia, if it keeps on
It
raining...
doesn't matter. Do you think it rains in heaven?
No, but if it does...
Well, heaven is where Our Lady is, and she'll come to us no matter what happens.
Lucia, you say this lady of yours is supposed to appear at noon?
She's always come at noon, Father.
The crowds on our way here to the cova delayed us longer than we thought. Look at my watch, Lucia.
It's past noon. It's past 12 o'clock.
Exactly. You know what this means? It means that nothing is going to happen. I want you to leave this place now.
I can't go, Father. The lady said she'd be here.
You have done harm enough. Do as I tell you.
Father, this land is not much, but it is mine. You have no right to order my daughter away from here.
This is the spot here, before the little tree.
Can we pray now, Lucia? Can we start now?
Pay no attention to the people, Jacinta. Let them do as they wish, but we will pray.
Again they were on their knees, and the moments went by, and nothing happened. But the children did not move. The crowd became restless. They had been here for hours, and all for nothing, and angry voices echoed against the hills. And then those closest to the children saw them smile, and they heard the voice of Lucia.
We knew you'd come to us, dear lady. What do you want?
The crowd was suddenly silent. Just the falling of the rain.
I want to tell you that war is going to end, and soldiers will return to their homes. Do not fear. In the end, God will triumph.
You said you'd tell us who you are.
I am the Lady of the Rosary.
Queen of the Most Holy Rosary.
The crowd was stirring again, for all they saw was a child talking to the empty air.
You see, Senor Administrator, it would be as I said.
They better pull some sort of miracle out of a hat, or this farce will become more tragic than we thought.
Well, they can't say we didn't try to stop it.
Holy Mother, you promised to give us a miracle so the people will believe.
They will believe, my child.
She's going away. dear lady, no, don't go. Lucia, why is she going? Why is she leaving us so soon?
She promised a miracle. Jacinta, Francisco, look. Look at the sun.
The sun is coming toward us. Through the rain. The sun.
This I saw with my own eyes. The sun in the heaven rushing toward us, turning itself like a wheel of flame. And a great terror was on the people. They screamed, they prayed. Some could not move, but stood like stone and stared in the heavens. Others flung themselves on the ground. A blind woman shouted that she could see again. A cripple dropped his crutches. And then the sun halted in its course and drew back deep into the heavens. The children now turned toward their parents.
The lady kept her promise, Mama.
Look, the rain has stopped. Our clothes are dry.
Yes, it is dry. Maria, it is dry, like dust.
My coat is dry.
We stood in the rain, Papa, but our clothes are dry. Mama, Papa, now you believe?
I think now that even Hugo believes.
Hugo?
Only the fool says there is no God. All this, as I have said, happened long ago when I was a young man. In 1917, the people of Fatima built a simple arch in the cova. But now, on that very spot, there stands a magnificent basilica. And on October 13, 1951, 1 million people from all over the world gathered there to do homage to Our Lady of Fatima. And I was among them. In the basilica, in this sacred spot, Francisco and Jacinto lie in their eternal sleep, while through the years their friend Lucia has devoted herself to holy service. Are you happy, Lucia?
More than I can tell you.
To think that the faith of you 3 children has brought 1 million people to Fatima.
It is their own faith that brought them, Hugo. Their yearning for peace on earth. If the people of the world will pray as Our Lady asked them to, God will send us peace.
Of that, I am sure.
In a moment, our stars will return.
Shortly after World War II, some Army officers in the Philippines took the time and trouble to find out that their houseboy had one burning ambition, one desire in life, and that was to come to the United States and study for the Baptist ministry. Well, they took it upon themselves to do a lot of corresponding and arranging, and they finally obtained a 4-year scholarship for him at Eastern New Mexico College. Then the Woman's Missionary Union heard about the boy, and they offered him a 2-year seminary scholarship. But there was still a mighty important question, the question of raising $440 for his passage to the United States. And it was in an Army chapel that Catholic, Protestant, and Jewish servicemen joined together to collect the funds so that this boy might become a Baptist minister. Such acts by you and your friends today are shaping our world of tomorrow. Now, Mr. Cummings with our stars.
And here they are to accept our thanks for an inspiring evening. J. Carroll Nash and Susan Whitney. And you've added another excellent characterization to your repertoire, Carol.
Well, if you like, I'm like it too.
For heaven's sake, why are you using a dialect?
Maybe too much Luigi.
No, it's not that, Susan. It's just that everyone thinks I'm a Latin. They just won't believe that I'm Irish. So I naturally lapse into a dialect.
at times. And come to think of it, Susan, it's all Irving Cummings' fault.
That's right, Susan. Many years ago, I directed Carroll in a picture called Down Argentine Way. He had his first part with a dialect and was a great hit.
Mamma mia. Well, well, you know, that was your fault, too, because, Irving, you were so successful as a director. But, Susan, let me give you a little advice. If you don't want to carry your birth certificate with you wherever you go, you stick to your native language, huh?
Believe me, I'm having a hard enough time at school with the English language, but I do want to be a versatile star when I grow up.
But, Irving, I'd like to ask you one question.
What is it, Carroll?
What are you going to do a program next week, maybe, huh? Is it going to be good?
Well, this being spring and all, we're going to bring you one of the most delightful comedies ever produced by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. It's Angels in the Outfield. And the stars of this hilarious story will be George Murphy, and in their original roles, Janet Leigh and Donna Cochrane.
Oh, I'm going to love that. Good night.
I'm too. Well, good night, Irving.
Good night.
Theater is produced by Mr. Irving Cummings. Our orchestra is under the direction of Rudy Schrager. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us next week at this same time for another presentation of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Hollywood Radio Theater is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
On the Morning of Christ's Nativity by John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leon Meyer. On the Morning of Christ's Nativity. This is the month, and this the happy morn, wherein the Son of Heaven's eternal King, of wedded maid and virgin mother born, our great redemption from above did bring, for so the holy sages once did sing, that he our deadly forfeit should release, and with his Father work us a perpetual peace. That glorious form, that light unsufferable, and that far beaming blaze of majesty, wherewith he wont at heaven's high council table to sit the midst of trinal unity, he laid aside, and, here with us to be, forsook the courts of everlasting day, and chose with us a darksome house of mortal clay. Say, heavenly Muse, shall not thy sacred vein afford a present to the infant God? Hast thou no verse, no hymn, or solemn strain, to welcome him to this his new abode, now while the heaven, by the sun's team untrod, hath took no print of the approaching light, and all the spangled host keep watch in squadrons bright? See how from far upon the eastern road the star-led wizards haste with odors sweet. Oh, run, prevent them with thy humble ode, and lay it lowly at his blessed feet. Have thou the honor first thy Lord to greet, and join thy voice unto the angel choir from out his secret altar touched with hallowed fire. The Hymn. It was the winter wild, while the heaven-born child, all meanly wrapped in the rude manger lies. Nature, in awe to him, had doffed her gaudy trim, with her great Master so to sympathize. It was no season then for her to wanton with the sun, her lusty paramour. Only with speeches fair she woos the gentle air, to hide her guilty front with innocent snow, and on her naked shame pollute with sinful blame, the saintly veil of maiden white to throw, confounded, that her Maker's eyes should look so near upon her foul deformities. But he, her fears to cease, sent down the meek-eyed Peace. She, crowned with olive green, came softly sliding down the turning sphere, his ready harbinger, with turtle wing the amorous clouds dividing, and, waving wide her myrtle wand, she strikes a universal peace through sea and land. No war or bat-tail's sound was heard the world around. The idle spear and shield were high uphung. The hooked chariot stood, unstained with hostile blood. The trumpet spake not to the armed throng, and kings sat still with awful eye, as if they surely knew their sovereign Lord was by. But peaceful was the night, wherein the Prince of Light his reign of peace upon the earth began. The winds with wonder wist, smoothly the waters kissed, whispering new joys to the mild ocean, who now hath quite forgot to rave, while birds of calm sit brooding on the charmed wave. The stars with deep amaze stand fixed in steadfast gaze, bending one way their precious influence, and will not take their flight for all the morning light or Lucifer that often warned them thence, but in their glimmering orbs did glow, until their Lord himself bespake and bid them go. And though the shady gloom had given day her room, the sun himself withheld his wonted speed, and hid his head of shame, as his interior flame the new enlightened world no more should need. He saw a greater sun appear than his bright throne or burning axle-tree could bear. The shepherds on the lawn, or ere the point of dawn, sat simply chatting in a rustic row. Full little thought they then that the mighty Pan was kindly to come with them below. Perhaps their loves, or else their sheep, was all that did their silly thoughts so busy keep. When such music sweet their hearts and ears did greet, as never was by mortal finger strook, divinely warbled voice, answering the stringed noise, as all their souls in blissful rapture took, the air, such pleasure loth to lose, with thousand echoes, still prolongs each heavenly close. Nature, that heard such sound, beneath the hollow round of Cynthia's seat the airy region thrilling, now was almost won, to think her part was done, and that her reign had here its last fulfilling. She knew such harmony alone could hold all heaven and earth in happier union. At last surrounds their sight a globe of circular light, that with long beams the shamefaced night arrayed, the helmed cherubim and sworded seraphim are seen in glittering ranks with wings displayed, harping in loud and solemn choir, with unexpressive notes, to heaven's new-born heir. Such music, as 'tis said, before was never made, but when of old the sons of morning sung, while the Creator great his constellations set, and the well-balanced world on hinges hung, and cast the dark foundations deep, and bid the weltering waves their oozy channel keep. Ring out, ye crystal spheres, once bless our human ears, if ye have power to touch our senses so, and let your silver chime move in melodious time, and let the bass of heaven's deep organ blow, and with your ninefold harmony make up full consort of the angelic symphony. For if such holy song enwrap our fancy long, time will run back and fetch the age of gold, and speckled vanity will sicken soon and die, and leprous sin will melt from earthly mold, and hell itself will pass away, and leave her dolorous mansions of the peering day. Yes, truth and justice then will down return to men, the enamelled arras of the rainbow wearing, and mercy set between, throned in celestial sheen, with radiant feet the tissued clouds down steering, and heaven, as at some festival, will open wide the gates of her high palace hall. But wisest fate says no, this must not yet be so, the babe lies yet in smiling infancy, that on the bitter cross must redeem our loss, so both himself and us to glorify. Yet first, to those chained in sleep, the wakeful trump of doom must thunder through the deep. With such a horrid clang as on Mount Sinai rang, while the red fire and smoldering clouds outbreak, the aged earth, aghast with terror of that blast, shall from the surface to the center shake, when at the world's last session the dreadful Judge in middle air shall spread his throne. And then at last our bliss, full and perfect is, but now begins. For from this happy day the old dragon underground, in straiter limits bound, not half so far casts his usurped sway, and, wroth to see his kingdom fail, swinges the scaly horror of his folded tail. The oracles are dumb, no voice or hideous hum runs through the arched roof in words deceiving. Apollo from his shrine can no more divine, will hollow shriek the step of Delphos leaving. No nightly trance or breathed spell inspires the pale-eyed priest from the prophetic cell. The lonely mountains o'er, and the resounding shore, a voice of weeping heard and loud lament, edged with poplar pale, from haunted spring and dale, the parting genius is with sighing sent, with flower enwoven tresses torn, the nymphs in twilight shade of tangled thickets mourn. In consecrated earth, and on the holy hearth, the Lars and Lemures moan with midnight plaint, in urns and altars round, a drear and dying sound affrights the flamens at their service quaint, and the chill marble seems to sweat, while each peculiar power forgoes his wonted seat. Peor and Balaam forsake their temples dim, with that twice battered god of Palestine, and mooned Ashtaroth, heaven's queen and mother both, now sits not girt with tapers' holy shine. The Libyc Hammon shrinks his horn. In vain the Tyrian maids their wounded Tammuz mourn. And sullen Moloch, fled, hath left in shadows dread his burning idol all of blackest hue. In vain with cymbals ring they call the grisly king, and dismal dance about the furnace blue the brutish gods of Nile as fast, Isis and Orus, and the dog Anubis, haste. Nor is Osiris seen in Memphian grove or green, trampling the unshowered grass with lowings loud. Nor can he be at rest within his sacred chest. Naught but profoundest hell can be his shroud. In vain with timbreled anthems dark the sable-stoled sorcerers bear his worshipped ark. He feels from Judah's land the dreaded infant's hand. The rays of Bethlehem blind his dusky eye. Nor all the gods beside longer dare abide. Not Typhon huge, ending in snaky twine. Our babe, to show his godhead true, can in his swaddling bands control the damned crew. So, when the sun in bed, curtained with cloudy red, pillows his sheen upon an orient wave, the flocking shadows pale troop to the infernal jail. Each fettered ghost slips to his several grave, and the yellow-skirted fays fly after the night steeds, leaving their moon-loved maze. But see, the Virgin blest hath laid her babe to rest. Time as our tedious song should here have ending. Heaven's youngest team star hath fixed her polished car, her sleeping Lord with handmaid lamp attending, and all about the courtly stable bright harnessed angels sit in order serviceable. End of On the Morning of Christ's Nativity by John Milton.
Family Theater presents Ann Blythe, June Haver, Jeff Chandler, and Nan Merriman. The Mutual Network, in cooperation with Family Theater, presents transcribed The Nativity. As a special feature for this Christmas Eve, the Catholic Daughters of America have cooperated with Family Theater for this presentation of the Christmas story, starring Ann Blythe and Jeff Chandler, with Nan Merriman as soloist. June Haver will be your hostess.
Christmas. What associations in the very word. And this not only to the devout who love, reverence, and believe in the Holy Infant, in his divinity and in his redemptive mission, but to the entire world. As if for one day in the year, everyone in the world became more generous, more kindly, if you will, more Christian. A day of giving and receiving presents, of Santa Claus, of the Christmas tree and the family dinner. A time of almsgiving, the feast of childhood, and a day of forgiving injuries and of reconciliation between enemies. But do we understand, we mobs of frantic people in the streets and in the stores, just what it is we are celebrating and why? There are many who know the answer, yet it isn't what we know, but what we realize that moves the will. Let us consider the importance to the whole human race of the birth of Christ.
The angels rebelled, and I cast them from the empyrean of heaven. And shall I show more mercy to thee? Thou hast eaten of the tree of life, whereof I commanded that thou shouldst not eat. Cursed then be the earth in thy work. Thorns and thistles shall it bring forth, and in the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat thy bread. Nature, of which I made thee Lord, shall rebel, for thou art no longer child of heaven, but slave of doom, to toil until thou return to the earth whence thou wast taken. For thou hast eaten of the tree of life, and shalt henceforth die the death.
And yet, God did have mercy. For man had not received the lights of the angels, nor the angelic intellect endowed with infusion of wondrous knowledge. Wherefore God pitied man.
Nevertheless, I will put enmities between this serpent and the woman, and between his offspring and her offspring. And she shall crush his head, and thou, evil one, shall lie in wait for her heel, that she may crush thee.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb.
Thus, O man, I will not cast thee forth forever, as I have done unto the angels, but will be moved with compassion, and will be appeased, and I will accept thy atonement. Thy offense is infinite, since I, its object, am infinite. Yet thy means of atonement are finite, since thou, poor creature, art finite. Hence, in the fullness of time, thou shalt be vouchsafed one who shall make to me an infinite sacrifice, the Savior of his brethren, a Redeemer.
For thousands and tens of thousands of years, our humanity, having fallen from its primal excellence, struggled and groaned, toiled and sinned, murdered its brethren, and defiled its precarious purity, until at length all had forgot, save one race, a numerically small but fervent race, the dim, ancient promise of a Redeemer to come.
Thus Isaiah prophesied, "For a small moment have I forgotten thee, but with great mercies will I gather thee. In a moment of indignation have I hid my face a little while from thee, but with everlasting kindness have I had mercy on thee. Therefore the Lord himself shall give you a sign. Behold, a virgin shall conceive and shall bear a son, and his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, God the Mighty, the Father of the world to come, the Prince of Peace."
But even this race, chosen lamp of God in the pagan darkness, had forgotten that the Redeemer to come would be for all the children of doom. A new priest to make atonement for all and atonement for each. Not a mere national Redeemer unto themselves alone. Hence, Christ is born in obscurity. He is yet born in obscurity. Every year, and even to this day. This is not to deprecate a happy observance of Christmas, far from it, but to remind ourselves of its origin, which so many seem to have forgotten. For even its symbols and customs are Christian and should serve as reminders. Christmas, the contraction of two English words, Christ and Mass.
Santa Claus,
a symbol of St. Nicholas, Bishop of Myra, hero of generosity and patron of the poor.
Christmas presents,
a commemoration of the gifts of the Magi. In some countries, presents are given on January 6th, the feast of the Epiphany, instead of on Christmas.
The Christmas tree,
a commemoration of St. Boniface, the great missionary to northern Europe. Having destroyed a sacred oak which had been an object of idolatrous worship, he gave the people a small fir tree, evergreen and emblematic of heavenly aspiration, to remind them of their new Christian faith. But in all of these things, good in themselves and some holy in origin, let us never obscure the bright star of Christmas, the newborn Redeemer himself.
Let us consider the circumstances of the birth of Christ. It is the year of Rome, 748, in the reign of Augustus Caesar, and during the consulate of Censorinus and Gallus, Cyrenus being the governor of Syria. All of Palestine, indeed most of the known world, had fallen under the domination of Rome.
thus in those days that there went forth a decree that a census of the whole world should be taken. You have heard the edict. Every family shall register. Information required, number of children, description of land, income, and the inventory of all possessions.
More taxes to feed these rapacious foreigners? Roman, when must this be carried out?
Like all of Caesar's orders, at once.
No.
More questions?
But where?
Why, here. If you are of Nazareth, the decree is very plain. Every man must register in the city of his origin.
But I am of the carrot. Far away. I cannot journey now.
Friend, take the advice of an old legionary. Do as you're commanded. Caesar has no interest in your private inconveniences, but only in the purposes of government. Disperse! Disperse, all of you! Back to your houses!
Joseph, you are of the house of David. That means you will have to go all the way to Bethlehem.
So I fear.
But the roads are flooded. The winter rains have begun. And Mary, your young wife, is she not with child?
It is for her that I fear most. At best, the discomfort of such a journey.
It makes my blood boil. Someday, though, the Lord will send us a Savior who will rid us of these locusts. A Savior from your royal house, noble Joseph.
Calm yourself, friend. God is good.
Good indeed. But how can you be calm? Is this not an intolerable imposition?
I have said God is good. He knows well how to bring good from evil and to turn the very designs of the wicked to his own ends. There is a reason why God permits this. Let us trust in him.
The designs of Augustus Caesar have long since crumbled into nothingness. For centuries, his name has been of no interest save to students of history. But in the designs of God, Bethlehem, to which Joseph and Mary are forced to travel, is the city chosen as birthplace of the Redeemer.
This had been foretold by the holy prophet Micaiah 700 years before.
And thou, Bethlehem of the land of Judah, art by no means least among the princes of Judah. For from thee shall come forth a leader who shall rule my people Israel.
Poor Mary. But it may be that you are not required to make the journey. The decree specifies only heads of families. We have friends here who will care for you, and for him when he is born.
But I want you with me. And I want to be with you. Whither thou goest, I go. Let us go to Bethlehem, Joseph. Let us go to the city of our father, David.
But your condition...
The Lord will provide, Joseph.
Thus, in the rainy depths of a Palestinian winter, and at the behest of a tyrant's whim, Joseph and his espoused wife Mary set out on the road to Bethlehem, some 75 miles to the south. Road? But there were no roads as we understand the term. There were rocky and slippery caravan trails over ways that were steep and rough. By night, if the travelers were fortunate, they might find shelter at a caravansary or public inn.
Where are we, Joseph?
This is Enganim. We have come 6 leagues. Go in out of the rain, Mary, and I will find some dry hay for our donkey.
But again, this is not an inn as we know such a thing. Unattended and with no charge, the caravansary is simply a collection of huts built around an enclosure for the beasts, and possibly a well. Each traveler supplied his own food and sleeping mats, for it was said there was nothing to be found in such a place save dust and scorpions. There was danger to the journey, too. Danger from lions, from robbers, from flooded and abandoned cisterns that were left open, and in which many a traveler fell and lost his life. But at last, after 5 weary days, the holy pair sighted Bethlehem.
Bethlehem. But, Joseph, it is a very little city.
Hardly a city anymore. But look at the crowds.
We must hurry.
Dear Joseph, how tired you must be. You have walked every step of the way from Nazareth.
I am more fortunate than you. I did not have to ride on this stubborn donkey. How are you feeling, Mary?
I shall be glad to rest.
We are very nearly there.
Poor St. Joseph. So much responsibility, yet, like ourselves, so often, so few resources.
I tell you, there is no room. Be gone.
But my place is filled. Can I build another house?
Mary, it cannot be that I have failed you. And yet...
Fear not, Joseph. The Lord will provide what we need.
Friend, you there. I'm a son of Abraham. I cannot turn you away altogether and your wife with child. Come.
The cave of Bethlehem.
Here's the place. At least it's shelter.
May the God of our fathers bless you.
But, Mary...
Oh, here is what the Lord has provided through this, our benefactor.
I'm ashamed that you call me that. It is filthy. A shelter for animals, but what can I do?
But her hour is almost come.
Well, our mothers were sons in the wilderness. Take it or leave it.
I take it with thanks. May the Lord bless you and your children.
Peace be with you, then.
Peace, kind friend. Oh, Mary.
This is God's will, Joseph.
Blessed be his will. Wait. Here is clean straw. I will build a fire, and you must have some broth.
And it came to pass that when they were there, her days were accomplished that she should be delivered. And she brought forth her firstborn son, and wrapped him in swaddling clothes, and laid him in a manger. And there were in the same country shepherds, watching and keeping the night watches over their flocks. And behold, an angel of the Lord stood by them, and the brightness of God shone round about them. And they feared with a great fear. And the angel said to them, Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy that shall be to all the people. For this day there is born to you in the city of David a Savior, who is Christ the Lord. And this shall be a sign unto you. You will find the infant wrapped in swaddling clothes and lying in a manger. Shepherds, simple men of the fields, and of quiet flocks, but valiant. Unlettered, but devout. Undefiled with the knowledge of men. Wise in the ways of God. These are his first adorers. Later will come the great ones of the earth to offer their gold and frankincense and myrrh. But on the holy night itself, the babe is worshipped only by his mother and foster father, by angels and humble shepherds.
let us consider the effects of the birth of Christ.
The human race redeemed. Our adoption as sons of God through the sacred humanity of Christ, who remains with us. Emmanuel on our altars. The power of hell essentially broken. For whereas before Christ the earth, dominated by Lucifer, had been in rebellion against God, it has since Christ been in counter-rebellion against Lucifer. The establishment of the church, the end of Greco-Roman paganism, respect for womanhood and for childhood, the conversion and civilizing of the barbarians of Europe, and the gospel preached to the ends of the earth, the abolition of slavery, the dignity of labor, the dignity of the human person, and, as a direct result of Christ's birth and life, the concept of freedom, of equality, and of justice for all. Mercy as well as justice introduced into human relations, and charity unknown in its full sense before this tremendous event. The earth itself sanctified by Christ's presence, so that despite criminals, dictators, tyrants, and wars, it shall never again be as evil as it was before. Thus, the birth of Christ divides human history into two parts, and man is reconciled to God.
And with this presentation of the Christmas story, Family Theater urges us to pray together as families, so that peace on earth to men of good will, the peace which surpasseth all understanding, may come upon us all. Family Theater has asked me to extend its wish that the divine infant may bless each and every family and individual among its listeners. The family that prays together stays together.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of.
The Mutual Network, in cooperation with Family Theater and the Catholic Daughters of America, has presented transcribed The Nativity, starring Ann Blythe and Jeff Chandler, with Nan Merriman as soloist. June Haber was your hostess. The script was written by Fred Niblo, Jr., with music composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman, and was directed for Family Theater by Joseph F. Mansfield. This series of Family Theater broadcasts is made possible by the thousands of you who feel the need for this type program, by the Mutual Network, which has responded to this need, and by the hundreds of stars of stage, screen, and radio who give so unselfishly of their time and talent to appear on our Family Theater stage. To them and to you, our humble thanks. This is George Crowell expressing the wish of Family Theater that the blessing of God may be upon you and your home, and inviting you to be with us next week when Family Theater will present The Presentation, starring Ann Blythe and Jeff Chandler. Join us, won't you? Family Theater is broadcast throughout the world and originates in the Hollywood studios of the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Cigarettes presents the Screen Guild Player. It's the opening night of the Screen Guild Players on the air for Camel. Our stars, Bing Crosby, Ingrid Bergman, and Joan Carroll. Our play, The Bells of St. Mary. Our sponsor, Camel Cigarettes. And our host, Mr. G. Herschel, President of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Mr. Herschel.
Good evening. Tonight is the first broadcast of the Screen Guild Players for its new sponsor, the makers of Camel Cigarettes. And I'd like to give you an idea of the great entertainment we have planned for you this season. Clark Gable, Bette Davis, Gary Cooper, Claudette Colbert, Van Johnson, Gregory Peck, Betty Grable, Cary Grant, and a host of others. Yes, the greatest stars and the greatest picture triumphs, and they'll all be here for you every Monday night through the cooperation of the entire motion picture industry. I hope you won't miss a single one. And now, the first play of our new season, The Bells of St. Mary's, starring Ingrid Bergman, Bing Crosby, and Joan Carroll.
The Bells of St. Mary's. Just a school song, you might say, and yet for some it was a hymn, a litany, a dedication. They tell me I made quite a splash at St. Mary's. The very first day I arrived, in fact. You see, Sister Benedict was head of the school, and she thought I did a formal introduction.
Children, this is our new pastor, Father O'Malley, and I'm sure he has something very important to say to you. Father?
Well, children, you're going to see a lot of me in the future. I'm going to be around here a great deal. So you're going to hear the shortest speech ever made. This is a holiday. Everybody takes a day off.
Oh, Father O'Malley.
Pretty effective speech, huh?
I am sure they loved it.
Well, when we were kids, we used to just live for holidays. You know, we should never get too far away from our childhood.
But you can't call a holiday just like that. You have to get permission of the superintendent of schools. Oh, Father, what will we tell the superintendent?
Maybe I'll give him a holiday, too.
Father, would you like to look around the school?
No time like the present, Sister Michael. Oh, it's a lot different from the school I went to.
Where, Father?
Missouri. Where'd you come from, Sister?
I was born in Sweden, but when I was very young, I came...
Don't tell me. Minnesota.
That's right, Father.
And from what I hear, Father, Sister Benedict was quite a tomboy in those days.
So?
I must admit I played baseball with the boys.
Of course, you were pretty good with the stick.
Mm-hmm. I used to hit over 300.
Brooklyn could have used you today. But I guess we all had it a lot better than these kids. Heavens, they don't even have a place to play.
That used to be our playground over there.
Where that new building's going up?
Yes, we had to sell the ground.
We needed the money to fix our old school. They were going to condemn it.
Gee, you know, it's too bad you don't have a nice new building like that one they're putting up over there. That would be the answer to everything.
Confidentially, Father, that's what we've been praying for.
You've been praying for what?
That the owner will wake up one morning and give it to us.
That who will wake up when and give you what?
Oh, Mr. Bogart is the owner.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's be practical. Let's face it. Does Mr. Bogart know anything about it? Has anyone asked him?
No, we've just prayed. We're relying on you to help us, Father. We thought you might talk to Mr. Bogart.
Well, I'll be glad to, sister. Only one thing.
What?
What'll I do when he says no? What do you think Mr. Bogart has told me? No. He said it 7 different ways, and then he made me a counteroffer. He wanted to buy the old school and tear it down for a parking lot. And frankly, I was more than a little on his side. St. Mary's was old, and there was a new school not too far away, and I was all for recommending the sale, except I hadn't figured on Sister Benedict.
There must always be a St. Mary's. There must always be a St. Mary.
Yes, St. Mary's was more than a school to her. It was a shrine. And while she'd laugh with me when we differed over little things, she'd fight for the big things to her last breath. The big things. I guess they began with Patsy Gallagher, or should I say with Patsy's mother.
You see, Father, my husband left me a long time ago. 13 years to be exact, before Patsy was born.
And you've raised her yourself? You've been supporting her all this time?
I suppose you're wondering as to how. So is she. She's getting to be a big girl now, Father. She's beginning to think I'm no good. I want to put her in your care before she finds out she's right.
Well, I feel anyone who's as much concerned about her daughter as you are isn't doing too badly. If there was anything really wrong with you, then give it on.
Then you'll take her, Father. She can live here at the school?
I think it can be arranged. And I'll make a deal with you.
Yes?
I'll take care of Patsy. You take care of yourself. Sister Benedict, I've been meaning to talk to you.
Yes, Father?
It's about that new girl, Patsy. The one that started a couple weeks ago. How's she doing, sister?
I'm afraid not very well.
No? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Father, when we accepted this child, it was on your recommendation. We know very little about her parents. But what kind of home life did she have?
Oh, you know, the usual.
You said you met her mother?
Yes. Yes, I met her.
Do you know Mrs. Gallagher well?
Yes, you might say I know her quite well.
And her father, did you meet him?
No, I've heard about him.
Are they separated?
Well, yes, they are.
Is there anything else that I should know? Anything that would help?
Well, no, that's all that I...
Care to tell?
Well, yes, that's all.
Did anyone ever tell you that you had a dishonest face? Huh? For a priest, I mean.
I thought I'd drop in tonight, Patsy, see how you were doing. How you doing?
Not too well, Father.
Well, what's the problem?
It's an essay, Father. The 5 senses.
The 5 senses. Now, there's an interesting subject. What have you discovered about them?
Nothing. See what I mean?
Oh, here now. What are the 5 senses, Patsy?
Well, to see, to hear, to taste, to smell, and to feel.
That's right. Who's this essay for?
Sister Benedict.
Sister Benedict. Oh, we'll have to take dead aim on this one. See if we can get you an A. Now, let's see. Man is endowed with certain powers which we call 5 senses. Now, if he has common sense, he will get great happiness out of life by using these powers within a right reason. Now, for instance, you're happy you came to St. Mary's, aren't you?
Oh, yes, Father.
That's what I mean, to be glad you're alive. To be grateful because people are kind to you and to be able to see some of nature's great wonders. The budding of the flowers in spring and the changing of leaves in the autumn. To be able to appreciate beautiful music. To be conscious of the beauty of tasting and feeling and hearing the things that are good for you. To be aware of why you're here. Oh, I could go on and on and on.
Well, why don't you, Father?
Well, let's see. Isn't that a piano?
Uh-huh.
Well, aren't these hands meant to play it?
Uh-huh.
Then I think I will.
What, Father?
And go on and on and on. Every time you're near a rose, aren't you glad you've got a nose? And if the dawn is fresh with dew, aren't you glad you're you? When a meadow lark appears, aren't you glad you've got two ears? And if your heart is singing too, aren't you glad you're you? You can see a summer sky, or touch a friendly hand, or taste an apple pie. Pardon the grammar, but ain't life grand? And when you wake up each morn, aren't you glad that you were born? Think what you've got the whole day through. Aren't you glad you're you? Well, Patsy, I'll leave you with these few little thoughts. What do you make of them?
Well, if you can't appreciate your 5 senses, then your life isn't worth 5 cents.
That's good. That's good. Well, I hope you do all right tomorrow.
Thank you, Father. I feel much better.
You know what?
What?
Feel pretty good myself.
Quiet, children. Everybody quiet now. Class, we're very fortunate in having Father O'Malley with us today. So we'll read some of our compositions aloud. Luther?
Luther? How'd he get in here?
We never knew. All right, Luther.
The 5 senses. I like the taste of ice cream cones, especially strawberry. I like to listen to the Lone Ranger High Silver. I like to smell hot dogs at the ballpark. I like to feel, good.
Now, don't laugh, children. Luther means he wants to be a good boy. He wants to feel good inside. Don't you, Luther?
No, sister. What I meant to feel good is like, well, when the bell rings at 3 o'clock. Or when it's Easter vacation, better still. That's what I mean to feel good.
Well, after all, Father, it has both honesty and imagination.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Luther. Now, you, Patsy?
The 6 senses.
Well, the subject I gave you was the 5 senses.
Well, I chose for my subject 6 senses.
Well, go on, Patsy, go on.
The 6 senses. To see, to hear, to taste, to smell, to feel, and to be. And the most important is the last. The 6th sense is to be able to enjoy the other 5 senses properly. To be. That's what really matters. It's like a world inside us, and it's up to us what we make of it, through common sense. Common senses and internal senses function it is to differentiate between the various reports of the senses or to reduce these reports to the unity of a common perception. As William Shakespeare said...
Saved by the bell.
Thank you, Patsy. That was very good. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen. All right, children, you may go.
Well, Sister Benedict, I really learned something.
Oh?
Patsy shows quite a lot of promise, don't you think?
Oh, definitely.
What are you going to give her? A B, perhaps?
Oh, no, I think at least an A.
Oh, good. That's fine.
As a matter of fact, I think it should be maybe an A+. Don't you, Father?
Oh, that might be overdoing it a little.
It had a plus quality to it.
Yeah, well, a girl like Patsy needs a lot of encouragement. She has such a fine mind.
Yes, remarkable. In fact, she has the mentality of a man your age.
Well, there's another sense, you know, sister.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Don't tell me.
Yes, sense enough to know when to leave. Good afternoon.
In just a moment, you'll hear Act 2 of The Bells of St. Mary, starring Ingrid Bergman, Bing Crosby, and Joan Carroll. But first, a word about camels.
Experience is the best teacher.
A magnificent horse, glossy as satin, clears a high jump. In the saddle sits a beautiful young woman, one of the bright stars of the sports world. Her name is Pat Hackett. She's had years of experience in riding and training jumpers, and that experience shows as she clears that 5-bar jump. As Miss Hackett said,
experience is the best teacher in jumping a horse. It is in choosing a cigarette, too. The wartime cigarette shortage was a real experience. Of all the brands I smoked, Camels suit me best.
throughout America, millions of smokers agree with Miss Hackett about Camels. Yes, smoking and comparing so many different brands during the wartime cigarette shortage made millions experts in judging the differences in cigarette quality. Having experience with so many different brands, smokers again and again found they prefer Camels for rich, full flavor, Camels for cool mildness. As a result,
More people are smoking Camels than ever before.
Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel yourself.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
And now, Act Two of The Bells of St. Mary, starring Bing Crosby, Ingrid Bergman, and Joan Carroll. Father O'Malley continues our story. You know, the days skip right along when you're busy, and a school like St. Mary's can keep you pretty active. Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter, and then almost before I knew it.
Oh, it's beautiful. I love that song.
Yes, it's so fresh and gay.
Sister Benedict should play it more often.
Maybe spring should come twice a year.
How's that?
Oh, Father O'Malley.
Oh, no, don't let me slow you up. Don't stop. Tell me, you know Birmingham Bertha? Oh, you don't know that. Well, how about the school song, then?
Oh, yes. Sister Benedict has a new version of it with effects and everything. She's a bit proud of it.
Well, then sing that.
Won't you sing the melody, Father?
Sister, you talked me into it.
Ding-dong, 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 ding.
Oh, bells of St. Mary, we always will love you with your inspiration. We never will fail. Your charm will forever bring sweet memories of you. So proudly ring out while we sing out, hail, hail, hail. So proudly ring out while we sing out, hail, hail, hail. Won't you ring them bells? Oh, I haven't had a chance like that in years. No, well, but it wasn't all laughs and music. There were some things that had me plenty worried. For one thing, that building next door was almost completed. Sister Benedict and the others went on praying serenely, confident that it was being finished for them. Of course, nobody bothered to ask Mr. Bogardus, and I shuddered to think what would happen when they did. That was one thing. And the other...
Come in. Oh, hello, Father.
Oh, don't get up. I'm just the pastor here. Well, grading the final exams, I see.
Yes, Father.
Ran into some of the girls out in the hall.
You did?
Yeah, they're sort of dying of curiosity, so I'm supposed to come in and, without your knowing it, of course, find out how they did. I presume you opened your heart and passed them all, huh?
All but one, Father. This one.
Pet. Oh, no.
I'm sorry, Father.
But this is only one subject.
The others are even worse. Her average is below 60.
Well, she got the date right. She spelled her name right. Couldn't you give her something for that? Come on, add it up again. Maybe pass.
Don't you think the honor of the school means anything?
Well, but what about Patsy? She's just beginning to believe in herself. A blow like this, child may never get over it.
Father, believe me, my heart aches for Patsy, and I've done everything possible to help her, but I must uphold our standards. If you order me to pass her, I shall do so. But her mark remains the same.
Sister, you and I have had our little differences of opinion, but they haven't been important. This is serious. I'm not going to order you to do anything, but it's up to you.
But she failed.
Father O'Malley, I can't
take it, I tell you. All those howling blasts around the place. The building's almost done. We'll be opening up pretty soon. How am I going to work with all that noise?
How do I?
Oh, now look here, Father. This is no joke. I'm a sick man. I've got a pretty bad heart.
I wonder why.
What do you mean, why?
Believe me, Mr. Bogardus, that's not just the pastor talking. I've got science on my side. Yes, sir, scientists say that there's nothing ever wasted in this world, and I was just wondering if that bum ticker of yours might have some purpose.
Oh, Father O'Malley, you'd better come quickly.
What's happened?
Sister Benedict had a fainting spell in the chapel. She's quite ill.
I'll come right along.
Excuse me, Father. Is that included?
What?
That sister, I mean. Spends her whole life helping others, and now she's sick. You think that's got a purpose, too?
Who knows? Doctor.
Yes, Father?
How is she?
Well, she's running a little temperature. I understand she's had these attacks before.
So Sister Michael tells me. Yes, I hope it's not serious. She's such a remarkable woman.
She certainly is. Didn't even want to talk about herself. Just about that new building next door and Mr. Bogardus.
Yes, she's done a heap of praying for both.
Well, prayer's a wonderful thing, Father, but if Bogardus ever gives her that building, I'll...
Whoop, nothing spectacular now, Doctor.
Well, I hate to see her disillusioned. By the way, Father, how did you happen to call me in?
Oh, I've heard Bogardus talk about you. He talks quite a lot about you.
He talks quite a lot to me. Calls me a dozen times a day.
His heart's pretty bad, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
What are you giving him for it, pills?
Why? You got a better prescription?
Well, I knew a fellow once. He had a very bad heart. In fact, they only gave him 6 months to live, but he spent that 6 months doing so much good that, he lived to be 90.
Is that so? You mean doing good for others is good for a bad heart?
Well, you spend your whole life doing for others, don't you, Doctor?
Why, yes.
How's your heart?
Fine.
There you are. You mustn't ask me what really did it. Sister's prayers or the doctor's persuasion. Frankly, I don't see that it matters when heaven and science teamed up like that. But anyway, just a few days later...
Father O'Malley, you'll never guess the most wonderful thing, a miracle.
So?
Mr. Bogardus just came to see me, and Father, he's going to give us his building. but he just told me. How did you know?
Well, I figured if faith could move mountains, Sister, it could certainly budge Bogardus a few steps.
Father, everyone's so happy around here, Father. I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
Bad news, Doctor?
Sister Benedict. Can she be sent away for a while? Transferred to some easier job.
Oh, what is it, Doctor?
TB. A very early stage. We're lucky to catch it.
Does she know about it?
Well, normally I'd tell her, but it's such a light case, I don't want to worry her.
Oh, but she'll have to know about it. We can't send her away. But...
Don't you people more or less go where you're told without question?
Yeah. We're supposed to have the stamina to take it.
She has plenty of that.
But you don't quite understand, Doctor. You see, Sister and I haven't always agreed on how to run a school. In fact, we recently had one serious difference of opinion. Now, if she's sent away without explanation, why, she's bound to think it's because of...
Father, up to here we were discussing her health. What's best for her. And now we're discussing your feelings.
It's a heck of a way to put it, Doc.
I only want to see her get well.
That's the trouble, Doctor, and so do I.
Perfect, Father. The building can be used as a school with hardly any alteration. As if God himself had been the architect.
That's fine.
And now we can finally tear down our old school, and that can become our playground. And, it is all so wonderful. And I'm tired.
You've been working too hard.
Oh, it's just the excitement. Father, I'm so happy. I have only one more wish.
One wish?
That we have no more misunderstandings. Serious ones, I mean.
Like Patsy, huh? You still disagree with me, don't you?
Father, sometimes we must do things that aren't easy. No matter how much they hurt us, we have to do what we believe is right.
I have something to tell you, Sister, that isn't going to be easy.
Oh, what is that, Father?
Well, you'll be notified shortly that Sister Michael will be in charge here next year.
Oh,
She'll be so happy. And will I be her assistant?
It's only fair to tell you, sister, that you're being transferred.
It's going to be difficult to leave St. Mary's. But we shouldn't become too attached to any one place. Any other school may seem strange at first, but as long as I'm around children, I'll be happy. I'll be happy. Dear God, help me. Dear God, remove all bitterness from my heart. Please help me to see thy holy will in all things. Help me, oh, please help me. Mr. Benedict? Yes. Sister, the cab is here. Thank you, I'm coming now. Goodbye, Sister Benedict. Goodbye, sister.
Sister Benedict, we know your heart will be here, and we'll always remember you in our prayers.
Thank you. Goodbye, Father. Goodbye, sister.
Sister Benedict, wait.
Yes, Father.
Sister, I can't let you go like this. When the doctor said you were perfect, he was right. For that's what you are. But he didn't mean physically.
That's it.
Because, sister, you have a touch of tuberculosis.
Then that's
the doctor felt, he felt we shouldn't worry about it, but...
Thank you, Father. You've made me very happy. I'll get well quickly now.
Oh, of course you will, sister.
Of course I will.
And remember, if you ever need anything, no matter where it is or where you happen to be, just dial O for O'Malley.
I'll remember, Father. O for O'Malley.
Ingrid, Bing Crosby, and Joan Carroll for your magnificent performances in The Bells of St. Mary.
We all love the story, Mr. Herschel, so it was nice to renew our friendship with it. And it was an extra pleasure to appear on the Screen Guild program for Camel Cigarettes, knowing that it helps support the wonderful work of the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its country house. And there's another wonderful thing that the Camel people are doing. Bing, would you like to tell them about it?
By all means. In a world, that's a little prone to forget so easily, the makers of Camel cigarettes aren't forgetting. Every week they send a parcel of free Camels to service men's hospitals from coast to coast. This week the Camels go to the Veterans Hospital at Otine, North Carolina, and to the U.S. Army Station Hospital right here in California at Stoneman. Also to the U.S. Naval Hospital at Jacksonville, Florida, and the U.S. Marine Hospital at New Orleans. And if you veterans down there at the Kennedy Veterans Hospital in Memphis are listening in right now on your Philco... Philco? What are they? How did that fit? Well, somebody's been taking care of me here in the school. You'll be glad to know that you're going to get some of those free Camels, too.
According to a nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Doctors practicing in every field of medicine. Doctors living in every state of the Union. 113,597 doctors were questioned by 3 leading independent research organizations. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor, was asked. The brand named most was Camel. In our coming Monday evening broadcast of Camel Cigarette Screen Guild Players, you will hear the greatest stars in pictures. Among them, Joan Fontaine, Jimmy Stewart, Barbara Stanwyck, Danny Kaye, Walter Pigeon. And for next Monday, we have a real surprise for you. Camel Cigarettes will present the Screen Guild Players in the hilarious comedy, My Favorite Brunette. And it will star Bob Hope and Dorothy L'Amour. Be sure to listen.
More Pike, both Prince Albert and any other tobacco. Yes, the rich, full flavor of Prince Albert. Prince Albert's mellow mildness make it a steady favorite. Prince Albert is especially made for smoking pleasure. Trim cut to burn slow, smoke cool.
PA's Choice tobacco is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Just try a pipeful of Prince Albert. See if you, too, don't prefer it to any other brand. Tonight's Green Gill play was directed by Bill Lawrence and adapted for radio by Harry Cronlin. The music was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Bells of St. Mary's, which was directed by Leo McCary, was presented through the courtesy of Rainbow Productions, who are currently making Good Sam, starring Gary Cooper and Ann Sheridan, also directed by Leo McCary. Camel Cigarettes bring you the Vaughn Monroe Show every Saturday night on these same CBS stations. This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you good night for Camel Cigarettes. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello, this is Father Bob Warren of the Franciscan Friars of the Atonement. Thank you for listening to this rebroadcast of the Ave Maria Hour radio show. The Friars' popular Ave Maria Hour was first brought to the radio airwaves in 1939, recorded in New York City and on the mountainside grounds at Graymoor, a home in Garrison, New York. These timeless classic stories of the Bible and the lives of the saints came to life each week through dramatic reenactment by professional actors and actresses. You know, friends, Christ once said, "Do not hide your treasure under a bushel." In saying this, he meant share your gifts, share your talents. The Friars of the Atonement feel the message in these broadcasts remains as powerful and timely as when they were originally aired, and we are so happy to be able to share them with you today. To learn more about the missions and ministries of the Friars of the Atonement, I invite you to visit our website, www.atonementfriars.org. In the meantime, sit back and enjoy this rebroadcast of the Ave Maria Hour.
A reporter at Fatima.
My name is Gordon Parker. I'm a foreign correspondent. My last assignment was Moscow. My reporting stint in Russia lasted 3 years. I ran into trouble there a few months ago. Why, I don't know. Maybe I was too rough for them. They like to give the world a rosy impression of life in Russia. I wrote it the way I saw it. Anyway, the Wire Association finally had to assign another correspondent to Moscow, and I got a plane ticket to Lisbon. I reported to the manager of our Lisbon office.
I thought you'd be anxious to hear about your next assignment.
Rome or Paris?
Paris, but not right away. First, a brief assignment here.
In Portugal?
Fatima.
Where?
Fatima. Surely you've heard the story of Fatima.
Well, that happened 40 years ago.
No, the Wire Association wants a complete background story.
From me? Why me? I don't know the country, the language beats me, and I hardly know the story of Fatima.
Well, that's the idea. Our correspondents in Portugal grew up with the story. We have prejudices, for or against it. What they want is a fresh study without bias or color.
I still don't get it. The whole world is likely to blow up, and they send me on a dead story.
Well, not dead, my friend. Part of what was revealed to the children has never been made public. It will be in 1960.
I thought all the kids were dead.
No, one still lives. A nun in a convent at Coimbra. The feeling is the message will affect the world.
Do you believe that?
No, that's immaterial. Let's just say there's a good deal of public interest in what that sealed envelope contains. And you're assigned to do a fresh story on all the events leading up to its release. If you've got any complaints, wire New York.
That's how I got my assignment to Fatima. I figured the key to the story was the message to be made public in 1960. It was in possession of the Bishop of Leiria, whose diocese includes the town of Fatima. So I phoned for an interview and was told to come the next day.
You're welcome, Mr. Parker.
though I'm not sure I can be of service to you.
You do have the secret portion of the message in your possession.
That is correct.
What can you tell me about it?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Not until 1960.
Oh, can you tell me the nature of the message?
No, Mr. Parker.
How does it come to be in your possession?
In 1936, I asked Sister Maria Lucia...
That's one of the 3 children who saw the vision?
The only one still living, yes.
Uh-huh.
I asked Sister Maria Lucia to write a full account of the apparitions. The world has since been given most of what she wrote down, except for the final portion. It will be kept secret until 1960.
Yeah, but the children first heard the messages in 1917. Why didn't they tell everything right away?
They did, all except a small portion they were told to keep secret until later.
Why, I wonder?
Obviously, some parts of the secret message would have meant little to anyone if they were revealed immediately. Only when world events took shape after many years would they become clear and significant. And remember this, the oldest child was only 10 years old when they heard the messages. Their immature minds would have been incapable of understanding, much less relaying all that they heard. Not until they reached maturity. And only one of them did. Only then could they transmit parts of the message intelligibly.
Then you believe the secret message will have meaning for the world today with the Cold War and the Russian threat?
I cannot answer that.
I'd like to start at the beginning. What were the children like?
Ordinary peasant stock. They couldn't read or write. Lucia was the eldest, only 10, and the others were her cousins, Francisco Marto, boy of 9, and his sister Jacinta, 8 years old. They were shepherds. That's how they came to be in the meadow that day they first saw the apparition.
Tell me about it.
I would gladly, but for your purposes, I think you should find the facts elsewhere. You'll be more convinced learning the facts from people who don't want to believe, but can't deny the facts.
That was fair enough. So I started digging. I got most of the story from the newspaper morgues. Discarding all rumor and hearsay and just laying down the facts, this is the way the story starts that first day, Sunday, May 13th, 1917. About noon that day, the 3 kids guided their sheep out to a meadow, a place called the Cova da Iria, which was on the farm Lucia's father owned. Something very strange happened that day, something that made the kids so awestruck they decided not to tell anybody about it. But when they went home, the youngest one, Jacinta, couldn't contain it. She blurted out the story. Her father, a man named T. Marto, didn't believe it, but went over to Lucia's house to get to the bottom of it. Lucia's mother, Maria Rose, opened the door.
Oh, come in, T. Did you have your supper?
Yes, Maria.
Oh, come in.
Maria, did Lucia tell you anything that happened today?
Huh? What's that girl been up to now?
Well, no, it's nothing she did. I don't know how to say it, but Jacinta and Francisco...
Well, what about your precious children?
Well, they said they saw the Blessed Virgin.
The Blessed... Nonsense. And you believed them?
Well, no, but... Well, they've never lied before.
All children lie.
Yes, I suppose. Well, did Lucia say nothing?
Lucia, come here.
Yes, Mama?
Now, your cousins have been telling fibs at home. They said they saw...
They told.
Told what?
They promised they wouldn't.
Lucia, tell your uncle you saw nothing.
I can't tell him that, Mama.
Are you saying you did see something?
Yes.
What? Be careful now.
I saw a lady.
And who was the lady, Maria?
Don't be afraid. Tell us.
There was lightning. I think it was lightning. We thought a storm was coming, so we ran under a tree.
There was no storm today.
It wasn't a storm. When we looked up, there was like a ball of light, and a lady was standing on it.
You'll get another if you don't tell the truth.
It is the truth. The lady was all white, brighter than the sun.
Did she speak?
Don't encourage her, T.
Now, go on.
I don't want to.
Now, what did she say?
She said, "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you."
That's all?
I asked where she came from, and she said, "From heaven."
Lies. All lies.
No, they did see something. Go on, Lucia.
I asked why she'd come, and she said, I have come to ask you to come here at the same time on the 13th day of each of the next 5 months. In October, I will tell you who I am and what I want.
Now that's all. Into bed.
Yes, Mama.
I'll be right up. T. Marto, you're a fool listening to her.
It doesn't hurt to ask.
Well, I'll get the truth out of her. And tomorrow morning you'll admit you're a fool.
But Lucia and the others stuck to their strange story. Francisco said he saw the lady, but couldn't hear her. His sister, Jacinta, said the lady spoke to Lucia, but she could also hear what was said. Lucia said the lady spoke directly to her. The story spread fast. Everybody took turns questioning them, including the village priest. But nobody could shake the kids. June 13th, their next date to visit the cova, fell on the feast day of St. Anthony of Padua. It was a great day of fiesta in the village, and all the kids waited for it like ours do for Christmas. To go to the cova instead meant missing the fun, but they went anyway. So did their parents and about 50 villagers. They saw the children kneel and then heard Lucia speaking to someone. Some of the witnesses said they saw a small cloud hovering over the treetops and a sound like a horsefly in a bottle. But that's all. After it was over, the kids were taken to Father Ferreira, the village priest.
You claim you saw the lady, too?
Yes, Father. She was very beautiful.
What did she say?
Jacinta told you.
I want you to tell me. Now, Lucia, you were heard to ask, what do you want me to do? Now, the truth. Did she answer?
Yes. She said, I want you to come here on the 13th of the next month and to say 5 decades of the rosary every day.
Well, why should she say that? Is it likely that a lady should appear to tell you to do something you and everyone else in the village already does?
I'm only telling you what she said.
All right, go on.
She said, I want you to learn to read. I will tell you later what my wishes are.
Anything else?
I asked her she'd come to take us to heaven.
What an imagination.
She said, yes, I will come soon to take Jacinta and Francisco.
You mean to heaven?
Yes. But she said to me, you will have to stay here much longer. Jesus wishes to use you to make me known and loved. He desires to establish devotion to my Immaculate Heart throughout the world.
Why should she say such things to you? Aren't there more worthy people?
Yes.
Then tell the truth. All right. Wait outside and tell your mother to come in.
I don't believe her either.
And what about you, Timato?
Father, I think they believe what they say, but perhaps it's only in their minds.
You mean an illusion? No, I don't think so. I believe they did see something.
Don't be taken in, Father.
I'm not sure what they saw was holy. There are evil things in this world. Even adults are taken in. Children all the more so.
This frightened Lucia so much when she heard about it, she resolved never to go back to the cova. By the time July 13th came around, Lucia's fears suddenly vanished, and she decided to go back after all. When they got there, this time they found some 4,000 or 5,000 people waiting. Again, the crowd saw the children kneel and heard Lucia speaking, then listening. And after a while, they saw the children suddenly go pale and cry out. Then again, the children listened intently. That's when the government stepped in. The public administrator of the prefecture was a man named Arturo de Oliveria Santos. He sent for the children, but T. Marto showed up instead.
Why didn't you bring the children?
I want to know why you want them first.
To question them, you fool.
Question me. They've told me everything.
Oh, no, my friend. We both know they're lying. I intend to make them admit it.
Well, they've nothing to admit.
You put them up to this, you and the church.
The priest doesn't believe them either.
So he says. We shouldn't have left any priests in Portugal.
You left few enough.
You people you don't understand. We've done you a service ridding you of priests.
And for this you expect our thanks?
Yes, we do. We've taken the church off your backs. Don't you understand? Your religion is the main cause of your wretchedness. Help us, and in another generation we'll wipe it out.
You don't want it wiped out.
Only because of superstition. And now you're playing their game. That's why they put the children up to this. To make people think there really is a God. And that he sent his mother to keep you in the faith.
So that's why she's come.
Idiot.
Yes, of course.
All right. Now go and bring back the children immediately.
Not if you mean them harm.
You think we're barbarians? But wait. All right, if you're frightened, I'll go to them. Yes. Expect me just before August the 13th, when they're to see the lady again.
The day before the children were to visit the cova for the fourth time, Santos showed up as promised. He questioned Lucia closely on what she had been told on the previous visit.
And what did you ask the lady then?
What she wanted me to do.
And she said?
That I was to come again on the 13th day of next month.
That's tomorrow morning.
Yes.
And you're going?
She asked me to.
Yes, of course. What else did she say?
I was to continue to say the rosary every day, to obtain peace for the world and the end of the war.
You mean the Great War will end if you just say your beads?
She meant for everyone to say the rosary every day.
Even me?
Yes.
And the Great War will end?
She said she alone could bring it about.
What a fine way to end a war, by saying your beads.
You don't believe me?
Would you if you were me?
I asked her to make a miracle so that everyone would believe.
And what did she say?
She would.
She would. When?
She said, in October I will tell you who I am and what I want, and I will perform a great miracle so that everyone will believe you.
Well, isn't that fine? And do you think she will?
Oh, yes, she said she would.
And other people will see this miracle?
Oh, yes.
But what if they don't?
They will.
But if they don't, that will end all this nonsense, won't it?
But she said they would.
We'll see. Now, little girl, one last question. Why did you turn pale and cry out when you saw the lady last time?
She showed us something.
Something bad?
Yes.
What?
A great fire with demons and people burning in it. They groaned and they screamed and they made us afraid.
You mean you saw the fires of hell?
Yes.
Now, why would a nice lady show that to little children?
She said, you have seen hell where the souls of poor sinners go. To save them, God wishes to establish in the world devotion to my Immaculate Heart. If they do what I shall tell you, many souls will be saved and there will be peace. She said the great war is drawing to its close.
The great war is coming to an end. She told you that?
But she also said, if people do not cease offending God, there will be a worse war in the reign of the next pope.
Another war. World War II, when the first isn't over yet.
That's what she said.
Do you know what happens to little girls who lie? Never mind. What else did she say?
I can't tell you.
Can't tell me?
No.
Did the priest put you up to this?
No.
Tell me, little girl.
I can.
I can make you tell, but not now. I'll give you a little time to think. But when I come again, if you don't tell me the secret, you'll die.
Santos came back the next morning. He told the children that he was taking them personally to the cova. But once out of sight of their parents, he turned his automobile around and carried them away. So that day, August 13th, 18,000 people arrived in the cova to learn that the children had been put in jail. There, Santos bullied and cuffed them without success. Finally, he threatened to put them in boiling oil unless they told their secret. He took Jacinta away first and came to tell the other two that he had thrown her in the boiling vat. Next, he took Francisco. Lucia was terrified, but prepared to die rather than tell the secret portion of what she had heard. When Santos saw this, he gave up. He might have been even more brutal, except he feared the wrath of the crowd. The 18,000 people who were disappointed at the cova that day had left money on a huge table there to build a shrine. Although the fourth visit did not happen on schedule, a week later, when the children were home, again tending their flock, they said they had another visit from the lady.
The lady was very angry with those who had kept us away. I asked her what was to be done with the money. She said some was to be used for celebrating the feast of Our Lady of the Rosary and the rest for building a chapel. I asked her again for a miracle, and she said again that she would grant it in October.
The fifth and next to last visit was scheduled for September 13th, 1917. On the appointed day, upwards of 30,000 people jammed the Cova da Iria to witness it. Again, the crowd saw the children kneel and listen. And again, the message told by the children, the persistent, recurring message: peace through prayer, peace through the rosary. And now about the final visit. and the miracle. The suspense was great and nationwide. A miracle was promised, one all could see. What it would be, nobody knew. How many people do you think turned up that day? 70,000. 70,000 people who wanted to see a miracle, or not to see one and laugh at the children's story. Most of the newspapers sent reporters, so if you want to dispute what happened, you've got to dispute the word of trained, objective, and disinterested reporters. In checking out the story, I even took into account that some of the reporters were prejudiced. Just to make sure, I stuck with the reports from the newspapers who were unfriendly to the church and who, given half the chance, would have exposed the whole thing for a hoax. One of these newspapers was O Seculo, published in Lisbon and read everywhere. To get their story of what had happened that day, I called on the present-day editor of O Seculo.
Good afternoon, Mr. Parker. I received your telephone call, and I think I've got the story you want here. A remarkable story.
Do you believe it?
How can I doubt it? My own father wrote the story. He was editor of O Seculo in 1917, and even if I didn't know him to be an honest reporter, there were too many eyewitnesses to fake it.
Was your father prepared to see a miracle?
You didn't know my father, Mr. Parker. Just the day before, he'd written a derisive report ridiculing people for expecting anything of the kind. He went to Fatima for the pleasure of seeing that nothing happened.
But he did see something.
He and thousands of others. He had no choice but to write what he saw. Why are you smiling, Mr. Parker?
Well, as a correspondent, I just wondered how I'd feel in his place if I had to send back a story saying, I saw the sun dance.
Yes, he saw the sun dance. Shall I read you what he wrote that day?
Please.
My father wrote, a unique and unbelievable sight. The vast crowd looked up at the sun. It was like a dull silver plate. It neither burnt nor dazzled. And then a tremendous clamor broke out from the crowd. With bared heads, full of terror, they gazed at the sky. The sun trembled and made some abrupt movements never seen before and outside all the laws of the universe. And he concludes, it now remains for those qualified to do so to explain this fantastic dance of the sun. Well, that's the substance of my father's report, Mr. Parker.
Some I've read are even more graphic.
Yes, I know. I've read them.
Of course, the sun couldn't have plunged toward the earth. The sun is stationary.
Yes, I agree, Mr. Parker. I can't explain it. Neither can the scientists. We only know it did happen.
Well, it could have been mass hallucination.
Yes, if the thousands there had known what they were expected to see, but they didn't.
That's true.
It may also interest you to know that some among the 70,000 saw nothing. I don't know what that means, except that it would rule out mass hallucination. Moreover, people 30 to 50 miles away saw it. They weren't part of the crowd. They were alone. So it couldn't be a form of crowd suggestion. And what happened there was seen only in a limited area around Fatima. The people elsewhere in the world on whom the same sun was shining saw nothing.
I'll have to think about it for a while.
Welcome to the club. I've been thinking about it all my life.
The miracle witnessed by the 70,000 was remarkable enough, but nothing to compare with what the children say they saw that day.
The lady appeared again and said to me, I am Our Lady of the Rosary. The Rosary must be said every day. Men must amend their lives and ask for forgiveness for their sins. Let them cease to offend our Lord, for he is already offended too much. And then I saw the Holy Family, St. Joseph and Mary and the infant child.
So ends our report on the events of the year 1917 at Fatima, Portugal. But the story doesn't end here. I checked up on what happened to the children. First on Jacinta and her brother, Francisco, who said the lady had told them she would soon take them to heaven. Within 2 years of the vision, both were dead. The third child, Lucia, who was told to learn to read and write so that she might serve God, became a Carmelite nun. Almost 20 years later, she wrote down a full account of what she had been told, including the secret portions. Part of this was revealed at that time.
I asked for Russia,
to be consecrated to my Immaculate Heart, and for the communion of reparation on the first Saturdays. If my request is heard, Russia will be converted and there will be peace. If not, Russia will spread her errors throughout the world, causing wars and persecutions of the Church. Good people will be martyred. The Holy Father will have much to suffer, and several nations will be destroyed. The Holy Father will consecrate Russia to me. She will be converted, and a period of peace will be granted to the world.
In 1943, the Vatican acted on the message. Pope Pius XII consecrated the whole world to the Immaculate Heart with special mention of Russia. The final secret portion of the message of Fatima would be made public in 1960. Well, that finished my assignment to Fatima. But hardly a day goes by that something doesn't happen to make me think of it. The idea that wars are punishment for mankind's sins. The idea that prayer can bring peace. I've lived my life in an era of wars, and in fear that the big one might be touched off. We spend a great deal of time and energy and money trying to prevent war and preserve the peace. Doesn't seem to be enough, does it? I'm going back to Fatima in 1960 for the last part of the story.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents the first radio performance of Franz Werfel's epic story, The Song of Bernadette, starring Vincent Price, Lee J. Cobb, and introducing a rising young actress in the role of Bernadette, Vanessa Brown. Each week at this time, Frigidaire brings you direct from Hollywood radio versions of the finest motion pictures with Hollywood's greatest stars. Today, Hollywood Star Time presents Hollywood's newest discovery, Vanessa Brown, in The Song of Bernadette. Vincent Price, currently appearing in the 20th Century Fox picture Dragonwyck, will play His Reverence, the Dean of Lourdes. Lee J. Cobb, soon to be seen in Anna and the King of Siam, portrays Dr. Dozu. And Pedro de Córdoba plays Father Pomian. Today you will also hear the magnificent musical score of The Song of Bernadette, composed by Alfred Newman, musical director of this program, and which in 1943 received the Motion Picture Academy Award. Now, in just a few moments, The Song of Bernadette. You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire, the greatest name in refrigeration, is made only by General Motors. And it is this association of experience with experience, of skill with skill, that makes Frigidaire America's favorite refrigerator today. The 7 million Frigidaires built and sold are the best proof of Frigidaire's outstanding record of dependability, of lasting satisfaction. For back of every great refrigeration principle pioneered by Frigidaire, back of every exciting new Frigidaire feature, back of every exclusive Frigidaire advantage, is one all-important purpose: to keep food good to eat. Remember this when you choose your new refrigerator. Remember the record of millions of Frigidaires in millions of American kitchens. And remember, you're twice as sure with two great names. For Frigidaire is made only by General Motors. Today, Frigidaire will not interrupt this program for further product mention. Now, the Song of Bernadette.
To those who believe in God,
No explanation is necessary. To those who do not believe in God, no explanation is possible.
This is the story of Bernadette Subiru, child of humility, daughter of poverty, living in squalor in a hutch that had once been a jail. Why was it given to this humble child to be the vessel of the great events that were to befall her? We do not know.
I am Dozu, doctor and scientist. I knew Bernadette Subiru, and far from being a religious girl, she was in fact almost painfully ignorant of the dogmas of her own faith, to the infinite displeasure of her teacher, Sister Bozu.
Bernadette, never to have even heard of the Holy Trinity. Are you pert, indifferent, or only stupid?
I'm stupid, Sister Bozu.
You're pert. When His Reverence the Dean of Lourdes comes to visit us, I shall inform him of your pertness.
Yes, Sister Bozu.
Now, from Bernadette's own testimony concerning the amazing happenings that began in Lourdes, France, in 1858.
On February 11th, 1858, I, Bernadette Subiru, was sent in company with my sister Marie to fetch firewood. While my sister crossed the river, I rested at a location known as Massabielle.
Massabielle. As a doctor, I'm qualified to speak with scientific loathing of that reeking place called Massabielle, the city dump, full of refuse and rubble. There, Bernadette waited at a dry rose bush at the base of a low cliff. The bare rose bush rustled in the bleak February wind. The icy river murmured in the distance. Then, strangely, the wind fell, and with it a strange, deep silence.
Marie! Marie! Do hurry back. It's getting dark.
A leaden pallor overcomes the winter sky.
Bernadette, what is this foolishness Marie tells me about your having seen a beautiful lady at Massabielle?
But a lady was there, Maman. She was there, and then she was gone.
Nonsense, child.
That's what I told her, Maman. But she was there. Really and truly she was. She was all in white. And she wore a blue girdle. And she had a golden rose on each foot. She kept smiling and nodding at me. I've never seen anything so beautiful in all my life.
That's enough now. Golden roses on her feet, indeed.
But, Maman...
I'll have no more of it, Bernadette.
All right, Maman. But she was there.
What about Bernadette?
She's been at Massabielle again. Antoine Nicolai had to carry her out and into his mother's house. She's there now. She looks dead.
Mother of Heaven, give me my shawl, Mary. Hurry. Bernadette, are you all right?
She's all right now, Madame Subiru.
Antoine and I gave her some warm milk at once.
I'm all right, Maman. Really.
What happened?
The lady was there again today. She spoke to me.
Spoke to you?
She said, "Will you do me the grace of coming here each day for 15 days?" And then she added, "I cannot promise to make you happy in this world, only in the next."
And to hear this, I ran through the streets like a mad woman. Come home with me, Bernadette. You'll be the laughing stock of Lourdes. Come, child.
Mother, as long as I live, never will I see anything as beautiful as the face of that girl as she lay there at Massabielle. Oh, not even touch a being like that.
Dr. Dozu.
Your Excellency.
Monsieur Dutour.
Yes, Your Excellency.
As your mayor, I call upon your civic consciences. The girl Bernadette is making a laughing stock of Lourdes. The world will scoff at a town where spooks perform their medieval antics in caverns. Dutour.
Yes, Your Excellency.
You're the imperial prosecutor. Do something about it.
I should like to, but the girl goes to Massa Biel, she kneels and says her rosary and goes home again. Is that unlawful?
But the girl is mad.
She's a religious fanatic.
Today I went to Massa Biel and stood among her followers. Later I spoke to her, studied her closely. She's neither mad nor a religious fanatic.
Did you see anything in the niche?
No.
Didn't the crowd laugh at her?
No. There was something about her that precluded laughter.
I say this is a matter for the church, not the civil authorities.
The Dean of Lourdes insists that it is not a matter of the church.
Well, the Dean of Lourdes is going to have to deal with Bernadette herself today.
Hey, Doctor, what's that you say?
The girl says that the lady gave her a message to take to the Dean.
Well, gentlemen, the gods are with us at last. Perhaps now the church will have to take a stand in the matter whether it wants to or not.
I see, Bernadette. So your lady wants the church to build a chapel at Massa Biel.
Yes, Your Reverence.
When you see your lady next, tell her this. Say that the Dean of Lourdes wants her to perform a little miracle. He would like her to make the wild rose bush at the grotto bloom now, this last week in February. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand. I'll tell her. Good day, Your Reverence.
Dr. Dozu was among the great crowd that watched and waited as Bernadette kneeled in the cold rubble of Massa Biel and requested a small miracle. In the winter twilight, the girl's face was aglow with adoration and ecstasy. Suddenly, she pressed her lips against the cold rock of the cliff, as though she kissed the feet of someone who stood there.
What hysterical nonsense. Dr. Dozu, shall we leave?
You may leave, Dutour, not I.
Now what? What's she scurrying about like that for? Is she quite out of her senses?
Bernadette seemed to be receiving some sort of directions from the invisible being on the ledge above her. And she seemed confused.
Where? To the spring?
She started to the river, stopped again.
No, not the river. Spring? Oh, yes.
Manifestly, there was no spring. But suddenly, the girl plunged to the ground and began digging furiously in the sharp soil with her bare hands, smearing her hands and face with damp earth, then trying to drink it. It was too much for me, and for her poor mother.
Bernadette! Stop it! Stop it! Oh, Bernadette, in heaven's name, come away. Come away.
No, Mama. I must wash myself at the spring. She said so.
But there is no spring, my child.
But there must be. The lady said so.
Take her home and put her to bed, Mother. I'll come later.
Come, Bernadette. Come, my poor child.
There is a spring. There must be. The lady said so. The lady said so.
Bernadette says there is a spring. There is a spring.
And who are you?
Antoine Niccolo.
And did you expect the rose bush to bloom?
I believe in things, monsieur. One must.
Yes. How different from Dutour, the imperial prosecutor. He believes in nothing.
I don't care about Monsieur Dutour. I only care that Bernadette... Listen. Water.
Naturally, the river.
No. The sound comes from the grotto. Look. Look.
I looked. And yes. Yes. live water, snaking swiftly across the hard ground, out of the shadow of the low cliff. Water, bubbling and gushing from the dry hole that Bernadette had scratched out of the hard earth with her bleeding hands. Water!
There is a spring. Bernadette knew. Come back, all of you. The lady was right. There is a spring. Come back. A miracle. A miracle.
To Bernadette's spring to behold that miracle. But that night I faced one of the unhappy realities of my medical practice. The infant son of Charles and Kwazim Buho, hopelessly ill and crippled since birth, was dying. When I arrived, Father Pomian, a young priest, was already there.
My child.
Please, Madame Buho, it's best this way. The child would have dragged through life a hopeless cripple.
No. I want my child to live.
It's too late, Madame.
No. The spring. Give him to me. There's still time for the spring. I won't let him die. I want my baby to live.
She's heading for Massa Biel. After her.
Take my son, oh Lord. Oh, give him back to me. Take him. Oh, give him back to me.
Madame Duhon! Madame!
Take him. Oh, return him whole and strong to me, oh Lord. Oh God. Oh King.
Madame Duhon, stop! That freezing water will... Followed miracle. The processions of the afflicted poured into Lourdes, converged on the spring of Massa Biel. And many were cured. And all our science stood speechless for a reason or an explanation. But if the scientific world was disturbed, so was the world of His Reverence, the Dean of Lourdes.
Bernadette, I sent for you to come here to the parish house. I must speak most seriously with you.
Yes, Your Reverence.
The thing that you have caused to happen at Massa Biel has made Lourdes the center of world excitement.
It's not my doing, but the lady's.
Yet if these indeed are true miracles, and I believe they are, then you, Bernadette, are the rarest of mortal beings. Come in.
After you, Professor.
Thank you, Monsieur.
Your Reverence, I am Dutour, Imperial Prosecutor for His Majesty Napoleon III.
I know that, Monsieur.
And this is Professor Galatine.
Professor?
Briefly, Your Reverence, I am Professor of Psychiatry and Neurology at the University.
I am afraid, Professor, that you won't find Lourdes a fertile field for your studies. This girl is not a lunatic.
If the child does not come with us willingly, we will invoke the law.
Good. And when the police come, I'll say, load well your guns, for your path lies over my dead body. Well?
Naturally, Your Reverence. The state should regret so untimely a death for the eminent Dean of Lourdes. Come, Professor. Good evening, Your Reverence.
Do they really think I'm mad?
Oh, no, child. But they will never give you peace again.
Once the lady said I could never be happy in this world. Only in the next.
Bernadette, a bishop's committee of investigation has admitted the possibility that you were chosen by the powers above. Do you know what that means?
No, Your Reverence, I don't.
It means that for the rest of your life, the wisest and greatest men of the church will be watching every move that you make.
Oh, no, I don't want that.
It's no small thing, Bernadette. Heaven chose you. Now there is nothing for you to do but to choose heaven.
I don't know what that means.
The convent at Nevers is full of peace and quiet. It is a beautiful and lofty order. Your old school teacher, Sister Bonsu, is there now.
Sister Bonsu.
I know. She never believed in you or your lady. But now she must believe. She must. So, farewell, Bernadette. Farewell to the world of young men and dances, marriage and children. For who plays with celestial fire may one day be a saint. Farewell to home and friends, and to a young man who stops your carriage on the road to Nevers and hands you an armful of apple blossoms.
Bernadette, there was something I had to tell you.
Yes, Antoine.
Well, my mother is getting old. We're used to each other. I'm 34 now, so I've decided never to take a wife. That's what I wanted to tell you. Farewell, Bernadette.
Antoine, farewell.
Bernadette works and studies at the convent at Nevers. No work is too repellent, no humility too great for her. She is a novice no longer, but now Sister Mary Bernard. And always she's under the cold, ascetic, doubting eyes of Mother Beaujou, her old school teacher. Until one day Mother Beaujou calls Sister Mary Bernard out of the courtyard to talk to her bitterly in her cell.
Sister Mary Bernard, why do you limp?
Oh, it's nothing, Mother Beaujou.
It gains sympathy from the others. Is that it?
Oh, no.
10 years ago I doubted you. I have not changed. In our sacred history, the chosen ones have always been those who have suffered. Why then did God choose you? Why not me?
I cannot answer that.
I know what it is to suffer. Look into my eyes. They burn like the very fires of hell. Why? Because they need rest and sleep. My hands are gnarled. My body is wrecked and broken from serving God in humiliation. Yes, I have suffered. And if I have not seen the Blessed Virgin, how can you who have never felt pain dare to say that you have seen her?
I don't know why I was chosen. You are 1,000 times more worthy.
If I only could find some evidence that you have suffered, maybe then I could believe. Maybe then these monsters of doubt and hate would stop consuming my very soul. For the love of God, sister, is there some proof?
Perhaps I can help you. Here, if you will look at my leg, this is the reason that I must limp. You see?
Mother of God. Oh, sister, forgive me. Forgive me, sister, forgive me. Forgive me.
I can't understand it, Mother Beaujou. In addition to that large tumor on her knee, she has advanced tuberculosis of the bone.
Go on, Dr. Dozen.
She must have had this affliction for years. The constant pain and suffering from this disease is much too horrible to describe.
And I wanted proof. I have my proof. May God pity me.
There is not much more. Bernadette Soubirous sinks rapidly now. The processions at Massabielle continue endlessly. And, miraculous to relate, one day one of the marchers is Duke Tour, the imperial prosecutor. Concerning this Dutour, I knew him to have an incurable cancer of the throat. There are many who tell me that they saw him that night kneel in the torchlights of Massabielle, praying who knows, now that Dutour is gone forever.
Oh, God. A hungry cancer's feeding at my throat. And I'm alone. Alone and desolate because I have believed in nothing. I have loved no one. Not even myself. Pray for me, Bernadette, chosen one. In God's sweet name, pray for me. Pray for me, Bernadette.
Sister Mary Bernard. Bernadette.
Yes, Mother Bosom.
His Reverence, the Dean of Lourdes, is here.
We have been discussing a trip for you, Bernadette, to Massabielle, to the spring.
That is not possible.
And why not?
The spring is not for me. The lady said, I cannot promise you happiness in this world, only in the next. Spring is not for me.
But, my dear sister,
I only wish to see the lady once more before I die.
I was asleep, but my heart waked. It is the voice of my beloved that knocketh, saying, open to me, my sister, my love, my dove, my undefiled.
The lady is here. She's standing in the archway. She's holding out her hands to me. Dear lady, I love you. I love you. I love.
Your life begins, Bernadette. You are now in heaven and on earth.
Behold, my beloved speaketh to me. Arise, make haste, my love, my dove, my beautiful one, and come, for winter now is past. The flowers appear on earth. Arise, my love. Arise and come away with me. Arise. Arise.
Thank you, Vanessa Brown, Vincent Price, Lee J. Cobb, and Pedro de Cordova for your splendid performances. This radio adaptation of the Song of Bernadette, which came to you direct from Hollywood, was written by Milton Geiger with a musical score composed and conducted by Alfred Newman and choir supervised by Charles Henderson. The entire production was under the direction of Robert L. Redd. Vanessa Brown soon may be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, Margie. Hollywood Star Time is presented each week with the best wishes of your Frigidaire dealer, who invites you to come in and learn about the famous line of Frigidaire home appliances, electric refrigerators, electric ranges, electric water heaters, home freezers, and a wide variety of refrigerating and air conditioning equipment for homes, farms, stores, offices, and factories. Next week, Hollywood Star Time presents Kidnapped, starring Douglas Fairbanks Jr. and Roddy McDowell. This is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. Since daylight savings time goes into effect next Sunday in many sections of the country, be sure to check your local newspaper for the exact time that you may hear Frigidaire's Hollywood Star Time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
prominently in recent news dispatches and photographs because of the visit there during the last few weeks by an heroic young American, a man in an iron lung, Fred Snipe, Jr., who made the long journey from Miami, Florida, to the famous shrine at the foot of the Pyrenees in France. Because of the great interest aroused by this visit, the American Weekly has prevailed upon the Reverend John Lafarge, S.J., distinguished Catholic educator and scholar, to write an authoritative article on the spiritual aspects of this world-renowned shrine. Accompanying this special article, the publishers of the American Weekly, through the courtesy of Dr. Smiley Blanton, eminent American psychiatrist, offer his reports on personal observations made at Lourdes, together with photographs of some of the recent cures effected there. These two scholarly discussions are to be published in next Sunday's issue of the American Weekly. It is our purpose to review for our listeners the origin of the founding of this internationally famous shrine. On February 11th, 1858, little Bernadette Soubrieux, a poor peasant girl, had gone out to gather firewood and returned home with a strange story.
Well, what is it, Bernadette? What happened to you? I was gathering the wood in Monsieur Lafitte's meadow near the grotto by the side of the hill. Suddenly, I saw a vision.
A vision, dear?
Are you sure? Yes, Mother, a vision. A girl like me, but dressed all in white, like we dress for confirmation. She was standing with her hands together, as if in prayer, and she looked down at me.
That is very strange, dear. You are quite sure you saw it?
Yes, Mother.
Did it speak to you?
No, Mother, but I knelt down and said a prayer. Then when I looked up again, it was gone.
Come to me, Bernadette. Perhaps you have a little fever. You have not been well.
No, Mother. I really saw the girl, I'm sure. Please believe me, it's too much. Tomorrow I will go again at the same time, and perhaps I shall see her again.
Yes, dear, you shall go again tomorrow. And if you see her again, then you will tell your father about it and see what he says.
You have come again, my child. Now I pray thee, do my bidding.
Yes, Mother.
You must drink and bathe with the water which I shall send to thee. Dig a place on the ground there with your hand, and from that spot shall flow forth the water.
Yes, Mother.
There. Thou art faithful. Witness. The water cometh.
I drink as you have bid me do, Mother. That's what happened today, Mother.
Yes, dear. Now, Francois, what do you think?
Our child is in blessed, Mother. The Holy Mother Mary has sent this vision as a sign of her sacred love.
But, Francois, what shall we do? Perhaps we should take Bernadette and tell the Abbé Paraman.
Yes. Yes, that is our duty. We will go this evening.
No, Father. Please don't go to the Abbé yet. He's kind, but very stern, and he might forbid me to go again. And I do so want to keep seeing my lady.
Very well, dear. Do not worry. We may go again tomorrow, and we will wait a little while before we tell the Abbé.
Perhaps that is the best plan. But if Bernadette still sees our Holy Lady, we must eventually tell the Abbé. In the next 4 weeks, little Bernadette saw the sacred vision 16 times. During one of the holy visitations, the vision told Bernadette that she, the vision, was the Immaculate Conception, which identified her to the people as being the Blessed Virgin. It was then that Bernadette's father and mother decided to visit their parish priest, the stern Abbé Paraman.
I am in complete sympathy with your feelings, my son. I believe both you and your wife. I admit further, the child's faith in her story remains firm and unshaken. But
we must proceed with the greatest caution, and I forbid any mention of miracles. But what of the spring, Abby? I swear it was not there before. There was never a trace of a spring in the grotto by the hill. But now there is a spring. And each day the flow of water is growing a little stronger. Many liters of water are flowing from the spring now, Abby.
That I do not doubt. But it may be a perfectly natural happening. There are many springs that feed the little river Lourdes. Many of them underground sometimes will force their way to the surf.
But, Your Reverence, what is vision?
My daughter, your child may have seen and talked with a vision that I will not discount yet. But I must remind you, Bernadette is not of sound health, and bodily ills sometimes do affect the mind, especially of one so young.
But, Your Reverence, our Bernadette has never been given to such things. She has always been sweet, cheerful, and calm, and even now does not give herself over to any trace of self-glorification or protest when we question her. She only takes all this with a great calmness. It comes of a simple faith.
Yes, I am not disputing that. But I must remind you that we must be sure that what has happened is God's work, and not an unfortunate hallucination born in the mind of a child through the weight of physical suffering. There must be a full and complete investigation, and I will place the entire matter before Bishop Lawrence of Cobb immediately. I fully appreciate the extreme care and prudent caution you have exercised, Abby, in the case of Bernadette Sobrian. A matter of this kind needs a great deal of thoughtful study and investigation. And do your findings agree with mine, Your Reverence? Not entirely, Abby. After reviewing all the evidence and questioning Bernadette several times without even once shaking her story, I am inclined to believe that everything points to some rare happening inexplicable to the human mind. You mean that a miracle has taken place? That, my dear Abby, is something that I cannot yet be sure of. And therefore I must reserve my complete decision. On the matter of miracles, the position of the Church is clear. The Church ordains that it is perfectly reasonable and logical to suppose that the Almighty God who created the world and the physical order which exists in the world, and who sustains the world and its physical order by his creative power, may suspend the operation of that physical order in such instances as he sees fit. And when this happens, such exceptions are made for some grave moral reason. Such a reason would be, for instance, that God wishes to remind man of his existence, his power, or his holiness, when man has begun to forget him. Or he might wish to certify the authority of some person entrusted with a special message to human beings, or the holiness of some man or woman whose life God wishes to be taken as an example. We teach, as an article of Christian faith, the physical possibility of miracles, as well as the moral witness of such possibility in relation to the whole scheme of the moral and religious order of the world. In view of the happenings that have taken place in your parish at Lourdes, I am going to grant an order which will permit the grotto wherein Bernadette saw the vision to be approached as a place of prayer and a place of devotion. fame of Lourdes began to spread, and the miraculous cures for which it has become world-renowned were started. Bernadette withdrew from the scene and entered a convent in 1866 at Navarre. She never returned to Lourdes in her life, nor, though she herself was ill with tuberculosis during her latter years, ever thought of seeking any cure on her own behalf. Bernadette's own overpowering desire was for personal holiness and service to her fellow man, to which she devoted all her simple and laborious life. What happened at Lourdes was not her work, but God's. Lourdes mission today is one of education. It is a school as well as a shrine. To a world cursed with materialism, to classes and nations warring for profit, markets, and material gain, Lourdes preaches the supremacy of the human spirit over all flesh and matter. Returning to the subject of the visit of young Fred Snipe, Jr. to Lourdes, there is much of the inspired faith in his prayers as there was in the prayers of the pious peasant girl, Bernadette. Young Snipe declared that his principal quest was for spiritual help. He wants the light and the courage to lead a worthy and even holy life. He prayed, too, for a cure, but the cure was not uppermost in his mind. The cure would be a great thing for God's purposes, for a cure would enlighten, prove, and instruct. A cure is the most powerful object lesson in the world. Christ taught for his cures. He said, "The works I perform speak for me." You have just heard The Mystery of Lourdes, the deeply moving story of the world-famous shrine at Lourdes, France. The Mystery of Lourdes was based upon an article of the same name by the Reverend John Lafarge, S.J., distinguished Catholic educator and scholar, and appears in next Sunday's issue of the American Weekly, accompanied by another authoritative article by Dr. Smiley Blanton, eminent American psychiatrist, concerning his report on personal observations made at Lourdes, together with photographs of some of the recent cures effected there. We feel that no American will want to miss these two deeply moving and religious articles on the physical and spiritual miracles performed at Lourdes, which are to be found in next Sunday's issue of the American Weekly. The magazine
Our Lady of Lourdes.
In the year 1858, it pleased the Blessed Virgin Mary, as a new favor, to manifest herself in the land of the Pyrenees in France to a pious and pure child, born of a poor, hard-working family. Only a few years more than 100, a miracle occurred at the then little-known town of Lourdes. Poverty. Never enough food. In the winter, the cold and the rain seep through the walls. The family of Louise and Francois Soubirous shiver when they sleep. At the end of a day's work, Francois has no wish to be annoyed by his children, particularly by the girl Bernadette, the one he calls his most stupid one.
I'm talking to you.
Oh, Papa?
Papa, she says, standing there like somebody in a trance. What's the matter with you?
Nothing.
You ought to be ashamed.
For what, Papa?
A man works his fingers to the bone to support his family, and what does he get?
What have I done, Papa?
You've made me a laughing stock, that's what you've done.
Because of the lady I saw?
God knows I'm a good Christian man. I shouldn't be plagued by a daughter who's a liar.
But it's true, Papa.
All right. You saw some woman in the woods, a gypsy. But don't go around telling people you saw the Virgin Mary.
I haven't said that, Papa. All I said was, I saw a very beautiful lady.
You're the most stupid girl at school, and everybody knows that. But now you want people to think you're important. You and your stories about a beautiful lady with golden roses on her bare feet.
But it's true.
Hold your tongue before I take a strap to you.
But, Papa, I really and truly did see the lady.
The February night is cold and bleak. Bernadette's mother, Louise, listens to Bernadette's muffled sobbing. Louise drags herself out of bed and goes to the girl.
Mama!
What is it, child?
Oh, I'm afraid.
Afraid of what? The lady you saw?
Oh, no.
Well,
no.
then what?
I'm so afraid I'll never see her again.
Oh, there.
She's so beautiful. She's the most beautiful thing in the world. When I think of never seeing her again, I want to die.
Oh, now, darling, you mustn't feel like that.
But I can't help it.
Darling, you didn't really see Mary, the Mother of God.
Oh, but I haven't said I did. I don't know who she is. She's just a very beautiful lady.
Yes, Mama understands.
Oh, do you?
Why, of course, dear.
Oh, I don't think you do, Mama.
Girls your age often see things that don't exist, but it passes.
Oh, she does exist. I saw her.
Oh, try to forget this. You're a big girl now. In a year or two, you'll find a husband and you'll be having children of your own, the way I did.
Oh, I know. But what has all that to do with the lady I saw?
Oh, now, in a few weeks, you'll forget all about her.
Oh, no.
Now, darling, go to sleep. Here, let me cover you up. There. Now, are you warm?
Yes, Mama.
Oh, good.
Mama, may I go back to that place tomorrow, after school?
I suppose so, if you must. Good night, dear.
Oh, good night, Mother. Mother.
Yes, Bernadette.
I shall never forget her.
All the people in the neighborhood have heard about the mysterious lady. Some of them mock Bernadette. At school, her teacher makes fun of her. Others are curious. Ask the lady her name, they tell Bernadette. Ask her where she comes from. Ask her if she's the Mother of God. The grotto in the woods where Bernadette claims to have seen the lady. A small crowd gathers there. Bernadette's mother is present, but she stays on the fringes. A neighbor, a certain Madame Croisine, is there. She has all the troubles in the world. A sick 2-year-old child who cannot live long.
Croisine. Oh, hello, Croisine.
I thought you'd be
Yeah,
here.
I'm half out of my mind. I think I'm losing my daughter.
If you lose one child, you still have others. You're luckier than I am.
How is the baby?
Oh, so sick. So very sick. He'd be better off dead.
Oh, Croisine, you can say that.
I can say it even if I don't mean it. The doctor says there's no hope. No hope at all.
Louise!
Oh, your husband.
Oh, Francois!
Well, what's the matter? Haven't I got a right to see what's going on?
Yes. She's right over there.
You think I'm blind?
If she sees things the rest of us don't see, we're all blind.
I'm told she's going to ask this lady some questions.
Yes. She's been told what to ask.
If the lady appears.
The child is sure she will appear.
What do you think, Joaquin?
I don't know.
Half these fools really think they're going to see the Virgin Mary.
When you came here?
God knows a man has no right to take time off from work, but she's my daughter. I ought to go over there and take her by the scruff of the neck.
Francois, be quiet.
What's going on?
Look at her.
The crowd is silent, fascinated. Bernadette kneels in the grotto, staring at a clump of black rock. Her face has taken on a supernatural beauty. A shiver runs through the crowd. The girl sees something, or someone, visible only to her. The girl's lips are quite still, but everyone has the feeling she's talking to someone. Is it indeed the Virgin Mary? If so, how does this simple peasant girl address her?
Oh, Madame, thank you so much for coming here again. But I was sure you would. I really was. And please understand I didn't ask all these people to follow me. Only since they are here, they've told me to ask you a question. They want to know who you are and where you come from.
What is it, girl? Is there anyone there with you?
Yes, Papa. The lady is here.
Did you ask her who she is?
Oh, yes.
And what did she say?
She didn't say anything. She just smiled.
Smiled? Well, that wasn't very polite of her. At least now we know that souls in purgatory can smile.
Francois, hush.
What hush? Look at that fool girl. What's she doing now? Trying to make her ladies smile again?
Silence again now. The girl seems transformed, in a trance. There is a marble-like beauty about her. Sometimes she makes a gesture, as one gestures while talking, but there is no sound from her. After a while, it's all over. The girl is normal again, and they crowd around her.
Did you talk with the lady?
Yes, Papa.
What about?
She says it's all right for people to come here. She wants processions of people to come here.
Oh, she does she?
Yes, and she wants a chapel built in this grotto.
Chapel? Is she going to find the money to build it?
Oh, I don't think so. I didn't ask her that.
You'd better make sure to ask her the next time you see her. Is she coming here again?
Oh, yes. She asked me to meet her here for each of the next 15 days.
Louise, take your daughter home before I lose my temper.
Come, Bernadette. Come on home.
Oh, Mama, she's so beautiful. She's so beautiful. And so young. She's not much older than I am.
The beauty. Always the beauty of the mysterious lady. The word is spreading now. Spreading all across France. Thousands of people come from every direction. In the church, there is a great deal of worry. The girl's family becomes famous. Her father's lot improves. And every day, the crowd becomes larger at the grotto as Bernadette meets the lady. Wealthy people want to adopt her, but she refuses to go to them. Francois Soubirous feels very important these days.
You hear the talk, huh, Louise?
My head is going round and round.
They're saying our daughter's so simple and so pure, she's the favorite of the Virgin Mary.
Francois, do you think it's like that?
Well, God knows she's simple enough. We brought her up to be pure. Some credit is due us, I should think. Wouldn't you?
I really don't know what to think.
And I suppose there'll be a miracle of some sort before the 15th day.
Yes? Everybody seems to think so.
It's bound to happen.
Oh, Francois, it's frightening.
And to think she's our daughter. And the Mother of God actually talks to her.
She doesn't claim the lady is the Mother of God.
Oh, she must be. The girl just doesn't understand.
Thursday, 25th day of February. The fateful 15th day. Thousands crowd about the grotto. Police stand by, fearful of a riot. Bernadette is in her customary place, kneeling before the clump of rock. And the crowd waits for the transformation that will come over her when she sees the lady. It's happening now, and the crowd is silent.
Oh, Madame, my beautiful, beautiful lady, please tell me I'll see you again. Please give me this happiness.
Happiness? I can't promise to make you happy in this world. Only in the next. But now, go to yonder spring and drink the water and wash yourself in it.
Spring. The girl stares about. There is no spring. Still, the lady spoke of one, so it must be there. If not above the ground, then below. She crawls to the place the lady indicated. She sees nothing except dry earth, but the spring must be there. So she digs with her fingers.
What's she doing?
She seems to be looking for something.
She'll tear her hands to pieces.
She's mad. Look at her, acting like some animal.
She's eating the dirt. Stop her! Stop her! She'll make herself ill. Stop her! Bernadette, what were you doing?
She's gone. I'll never see her again.
But why were you eating mud and dirt?
The lady told me to go to the spring and drink the water.
But there is no spring.
Oh, there must be one if she spoke of it. Besides, I did find a little water.
Just mud. Only mud.
Oh, no, there was water, too. I couldn't drink it without swallowing some mud, too, but there was water.
Darling, there is no spring there.
How is she?
Well, I put her to bed. She's sick. She's sick, the poor little lamb.
They laughed at her.
Yeah.
Everybody laughed. They say she ought to be put away.
Oh, they're cruel. Just because they expected some miracle, and it didn't happen.
Louise, a miracle has happened.
Francois, what do you mean?
Old man Bourriette, the fellow who's blind in one eye.
Yes?
He sent for some of the mud Bernadette was eating, and he put some of it over his blind eye. He can see now. He can see.
A retired stonemason named Bourriette claims a miracle. But few pay heed to it. Doctors proved what passes for a plausible explanation, and the incident is forgotten. Only a few days later...
Louise!
Oh, you frightened me to death.
It's happened.
What has?
The spring's come through. It's gushing clean water.
Mother of God.
Where's the child?
In bed.
Well, wake her up. We have to tell her. This will make a few people laugh on the other side of their faces.
So the spring is there, after all. News spreads like wildfire. Thousands come to see it. And still, the idea of a miracle is not generally accepted. They call the spring a natural phenomenon. A few nights later now, Bernadette's father dozes in his chair. Something wakes him. His wife is putting on her shawl to go out.
Hey, where are you going?
Over to Croisin's house.
What? At this time of the night?
Yes, I'm worried about her.
What's the matter?
Her baby is dying.
But there's nothing you can do.
I can be with her.
You can't walk through the streets at night.
Well, then put your coat on and come with me.
Oh, the only time a man will ever get his proper rest is when he's dead.
My baby won't live through the night.
Has the doctor been here? Well, maybe the doctor's wrong.
Louise, I've been a good woman.
I know,
Why
Croisin.
should my baby have been born like this?
It doesn't seem fair, I know. Croisin, what is it?
Bernadette.
Bernadette?
The old man Bourget got his sight back. He rubbed some of that mud in his eyes. Louise.
No, you mustn't. You mustn't look for any miracle.
Why not? Why
Croisin,
not?
please.
Louise, let go of
Croisin.
me. I know what I'm doing. I'm
Please.
going to that spring.
Croisin.
I'm taking my baby there.
Before anyone can stop her, the woman snatches up her dying child, wraps her apron about its naked body, and runs out into the street. Suddenly, she seems to have lost her mind. She runs with the fury of a madwoman.
Croisin! Croisin!
Louise overtakes her as she reaches the spring and sees Croisin plunge the baby into the icy water and hold it there.
Mary, Mother of God, accept my baby. Or give him back to me.
Croisin! You're killing the child!
If I can't save him, I'll kill him. What's the difference?
Croisin!
Let her alone.
Mary, Mother of God, hear my prayer. He's alive. He's well. My baby's cured. He's cured. My baby's been reborn.
The first healing, the first miracle happens in Lourdes. Very few doubt now that Bernadette saw and spoke to the Virgin Mary. Time passing quickly now. Tens of thousands flock to the spring. Bernadette's mother and father live with a sense of unreality, which Bernadette fails to share.
Darling, I want you to know it's like having an angel in the house.
Oh, Mama, I'm just as I always was.
And what did all those people have to say to you today?
The bishop and all the others.
Mama,
What is it, darling?
they don't think I should get married.
Well, there's plenty of time for that.
But I mean, ever.
They're right. It's what I've been thinking, too.
But she must never get married.
It doesn't seem right she should marry. She's very special.
They want me to go into seclusion.
Seclusion?
She means take holy vows.
Is that what you mean, dear?
Yes.
Oh.
They say the Pope and all the cardinals will have to watch me for the rest of my life, in case I see my beautiful lady again.
Yes, I understand, darling.
They think I should spend all my time thinking about her and praying to her.
How wonderful.
Papa?
Well, God knows you're different from all other girls. Maybe your beautiful lady wants you to, what do they call it? Dedicate the rest of your life to her.
The bishop says I'm like a precious flower.
You are one, dear.
Oh, but I'm not.
The Mother of God chose you.
I wish she would tell me what to do.
She is telling you, dear. She's telling you through the bishop and the others. Don't you understand that? The bishop is her servant.
Well, why didn't he tell me that?
I suppose he thought you knew.
The child Bernadette claims nothing. She had been the instrument of the Blessed Virgin. Miracles occur every day at the spring where she stood with the beautiful lady. But the child refuses to accept credit. It is enough for her that she loves Mary, that Mary loves her. This is all she wants. The knowledge fills her with grace, and she enters the convent. Her purpose served, her saintliness assured. And in the year 1958, at St. Peter's in Rome, on the occasion of the 100th anniversary of the Virgin Mary's appearance at Lourdes, His Holiness Pope Pius XII recalls Bernadette to the Christian world.
Kindly come, said the Virgin to Bernadette. This discreet invitation does not compel. It only requests. It leaves you free to choose. You can remain deaf to Mary, or you can turn to her. Through Bernadette, she gave us a sign of the truth. Go to her, you who are crushed by miseries. Go to her, you who are in mourning and assailed by moral trials.
Not everyone can journey on a pilgrimage to Lourdes. But as Pope Pius XII proclaimed the 1958 celebration of Bernadette, and as he warned us against the dark materialism of the world, we can all turn in spirit toward Mary, seeking grace, praying for strength in these difficult days, through the beautiful Lady of Lourdes.